Okay, it's 10 a.m. So I think yeah, I believe it's 10 a.m. I'll go ahead and convene this meeting of the Election Law Committee. I'll take a piece from the former Chairman Griffin. Welcome to Election Law. Today we're going to be opening the public hearing to HB 115 relative to changing. Oh, I'm sorry. Pledge of Allegiance. I apologize. We'll start off with that. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That first act, and I already forgot something. Not bad. Coming out of the gate swinging. All right, so now we will open the hearing to HB 115 relative to changing the date of the state primary. I'll recognize the bill's sponsor, Representative Joseph Sweeney.
Thank you. Thank you, Acting Chairman Barry and members of the House Election Law Committee. I am proud to introduce House Bill 115 relative to changing the date of the state primary election. This bill moves the state primary election to the second Tuesday in June. The House supported a June primary bill in 2021 and in 2022. When finalizing the second Tuesday in June, we, meaning myself and the sponsorship team, wanted to make the primary as late as desirable for the sponsorship team while still ensuring it would be far earlier than our current September primary. September primaries support the incumbent elected official in whatever office that they hold. It only allows for a 7-week general election period that detracts from the ability of freshly minted party nominees and challengers to campaign in a general election environment. And a growing consensus of both Republicans and Democrats are in agreement that September primaries are just too late for the process of the general election to start. Months deep in the summer for vacation should be avoided as well, if only to ensure the highest level of voter engagement and attention is paid towards the primary election. July and August, to me, are out of the question for such a primary election, as Granite Staters are out of state and spending time with their families and shouldn't be bothered with party politics. A June primary allows for Granite Staters to focus on the preceding 2 months in April and May while voting in June. This would allow then both parties and their nominees the opportunity to organize and unite over the course of the summer months and really get into gear right as Labor Day weekend kicks off into the general election sprint of the fall. This will allow the campaigns to communicate with Granite Staters at large right after Labor Day, when folks really do start to pay attention in earnest towards our elections. We in state government should always be looking for practical solutions that make our current processes and systems more efficient and pragmatic. Holding our state primary on the second Tuesday in June does that, and I ask the committee for their support of this important legislation. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Are there any questions from the committee? Well, that was unexpected. Seeing no questions, thank you, Representative Sweeney.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we're going to have the representative from the Secretary of State's office, Senior Deputy Secretary of State, Patricia Lovejoy. Welcome to Election Law.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to present where the Secretary of State's office sits on this bill. Our preference would be to move the election a couple of weeks earlier than what it is right now. Right now, there's always an issue of trying to get the UOCAVA ballots out on time. And the last election cycle, we added post-election audits that happened immediately after the election. So there's a lot going on in a very short period of time. So our preference would be to move it forward a few weeks. But that being said, if the decision is to move it to June, we will obviously be there to support and make sure that the election is done well in June. That's all.
Yes, Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. Aren't there at least 12 other states having their primary in August?
I do not know the exact number. I know Massachusetts is just about at that same time, a couple of weeks before ours. And I don't know how many other states are.
Further questions from the committee? Well, look at this. We're moving fast today. Seeing none, thank you, Senior Deputy Lovejoy. Next up is Representative Timothy Horgan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Actually, you're a co-sponsor of the bill, so I guess the rules do allow you to be the chair. You just can't question or participate in the questioning. Is that correct? Yeah.
I'm not familiar, but I have no intention of asking questions. So
Good. Okay. Well, your questions are good if when you ask them. But anyway, so I'm opposed to. I submitted written testimony through the website against both these bills, and I'm much more. And I almost thought you were introducing HB 333 to have a proposal that everyone was really going to hate, and then somehow this one wouldn't seem as bad. But I think it's still a bad idea. I think, notwithstanding what the members said in Manchester, I feel exactly the opposite. I think the late primary is useful for incumbents. It gives them more time to prepare a campaign, more time to make a case. And I can speak from personal experience because I had a gentleman jump into the race here in Stratford District 10. I'm Representative Tim Horgan from Stratford 10, which is just a town of Durham. So one of my neighbors jumped into the race in June, ran a very good campaign, and I only beat him by 4 votes in the recount. So I think that would have been much less likely to happen if he'd had to make the decision, if he'd had 2 fewer months to make the decision back in April. And also, like, you didn't have all summer, both of us didn't have all summer to, like, ramp up our campaign. Even as it is, it feels like we're campaigning the whole time, and both of these bills will make that much worse. So I think a later primary is actually beneficial to incumbents. What the member from Manchester may have meant is that Democratic incumbents, except for the governors, for races, the top ticket races below the governor, have done very, very well in the last several cycles. But I don't think that's a function of the primary date. I think that's a function of the quality of candidates who've made it through the Republican primary process. They just weren't as strong in the opinion of the electorate as the Democrats. And I think, if anything, that incumbency advantage would be even worse with an earlier primary. Also, the current calendar is very good for candidates who are members of the legislature because the filing window is right around the end of the session. So that's a good time for us to decide what we want to do going forward, and that applies not just to those of us who are running for election, but also to those of us who move up to the Senate, or even those of us who want to run for top of the ticket offices. For example, Senate President Morse, the former Senate President, ran for Congress and fell a little short. But I think it would have been harder for him to make that decision if he'd still been in the middle of being the Senate President. So, and he ran for the U.S. Senate. I'm sorry, I think just a fair thing to do is to keep the calendar more or less the way it is. As for an August primary, I've actually submitted bills in the past for the August primary, and it didn't get very far, but the idea has a lot of merit, and this bill could possibly use as a vehicle for that. I think Massachusetts still has a September primary. I know specifically Vermont has a mid-August primary, and New York State's primary was August 23rd, and I know that because I was looking into the situation with George Santos, because one of the things with primary dates, a longer primary, and his primary is on August 23rd, so he actually had a late summer primary and still fell through the cracks. But a later primary does give us more time to weed out, extremely bad candidates such as him, while giving like insurgent candidates more time to prepare their race, like the gentleman who nearly beat me in Durham, or to name another example, my neighbor Bruce Fenton, who ran for the U.S. Senate and was totally unknown, but he did manage, he did manage to at least get on the radar and get in the debates, and that probably also would not have been the case if he'd had to file way back in March, as this bill proposes, or even earlier as the other one. So I think we should leave it more or less the way it is. If we want to move the primary up to late August, which is not really a problem. The schools are already open in August. The families, maybe Governor Sununu family spends the entire summer from Memorial Day through Labor Day at the lake or whatever. But most families, most families take only relatively brief vacations during the summer, and most of them are probably back in their fall routines by late August. So, I urge you certainly not to pass this bill unless you want to actually unless you actually want to have an August primaries. Otherwise, a June primary. It's not as ridiculous as the other idea that I'll be talking about in a few minutes, but it's still a bad idea. So I'd be happy to take any questions. Thanks.
Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Howard. Sorry, everybody has to be patient with me. I'm learning new names. So Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Horgan, being a representative from Durham, what percentage of your voters are students, if you know?
That it's about half of the names in the checklist are student voters, and that's actually one thing with the current primary. I think is a good thing is that this also affects when people can register for voting and declare their party affiliation. And right now, that fits in pretty well with the student calendar because they're showing up in August. And actually, an earlier primary might be problematic from that standpoint. Yeah. So it's they vote. They have actually been starting to vote in more numbers in the primary in recent years. So that's they've been. I think the later generation of the students, including yourself, although your father is also state rep candidate, you're from a political family. But I think young people are more and more recognizing that it's not just the general election; that the primaries are also important and are participating. So,
Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Horgan. And with that, are there anyone else who wish to speak on House Bill 115? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 115, and we will recess until the public notice of 1045 for House Bill 333 relative to changing the primary date of the state primary election and adding a runoff election if necessary. So we'll be in recess until 1045. Okay, it's 10:45. I'm going to hold on opening the hearing back up because we don't have our committee assessment yet. I don't know if we're being live streamed yet. So if the committee will indulge me, we'll go find our assistant and make sure that the good people watching at home can get their YouTube footage. So I'm going to go figure out what's going on with that. Never mind. Representative Howard has informed me we are streaming. So I will now open up the hearing on HB 333 fiscal note relative to changing the date of the state primary election and adding a runoff election if necessary. I'll recognize the bill's sponsor, Representative Joe Sweeney of Salem. Representative Sweeney, you are recognized. Welcome to election law.
Thank you very much, Acting Chairman Barry and the members of the House Election Law Committee. I will actually be very brief and quick on this bill, HB 333. I am proud to introduce it today, and I'm sure we will hear from my good friend, the member from Somersworth, later on this bill as well. However, I am asking the committee to retain this legislation. The legislation would set up a primary election on town meeting day in March. And then if candidates for U.S. Senate, Congress, and the governor's office do not reach 50% of their primary vote for the nomination, a runoff would be had between the top two finishers so that a candidate would get 50%. There are a number of bills that deal with this similar sort of vein of thinking of trying to get the candidates that are nominated by a party to be 50% plus support from the party, different bills with different policy recommendations, whether they be runoff elections, approval voting, ranked choice voting. For this bill, I would just ask the committee to retain it so that we can continue studying it. I think we'll see other pieces of legislation that deal with it. And I don't want to prematurely have the House take a position on the policy without a retention committee, subcommittee, which I'm happy to serve as a non-member of election law on. But that is my hope today, is that when you guys do exec this, this bill gets retained. But I am happy to take any questions on the underlying policy.
Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Sweeney, do you have a preferred alternative to your bill? Like you mentioned ranked choice voting. Are there other things that you would prefer in lieu of this?
Thank you for the question. Not without studying all varying options and seeing really what is the best system that other states employ to get nominees from parties that the majority plus of a party support. So I'm not willing to commit today to what else I would support, but I'm open to have the conversation as legislation should be.
Other questions from the committee? Representative Quayle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Sweeney, for talking with us today. Looking at the bill on page 2, down near the bottom, line 25, you say that the candidate shall file with the appropriate official between the first Wednesday in March. Is that a typo?
That is a typo, and it's a further reason for the retention. This bill was with the OLS situation that we dealt with. This bill had two. I wanted to get 2 redrafts in. I was only able to get 1 redraft in. The original version had those mistakes in it, as well as it applied to every candidate, which was not my intent. Imagine a state representative race going to a runoff would be a headache for many. So there are other changes to the bill that I do want to pursue. But with the situation with OLS and redrafting and just the start of the legislative session so far, with the addition of this having a fiscal note, so it would have to be acted on early, is why I'm just asking almost retention so that we can extend the conversation and the work on this process and bill.
One more.
Follow up?
Yes, I'd like a follow-up, please. Thank you. You mentioned just now in your testimony about trying to coordinate this primary in March with town meeting day, but not all towns have their meeting. So is that another issue you'd like to look at further to resolve?
Absolutely. And I will say, as the starting point of the policy and the conversation, we felt, town meeting day would be the earliest we could have our state primary. And it's actually a little nod to our presidential primary, which started on town meeting day over 100 years ago, when every town essentially had town meeting day elections. They didn't want to open up the town hall twice in the winter for our presidential primary. And then we switched it so it's always just 1 week before. But the actual date for presidential primary in statute is town meeting day, unless another state tries to go ahead of us, and then we do it a week before. So that's just kind of the base point of really, we talk about moving the primary up earlier and earlier. I would say March is, as a big supporter of moving the primary up, I'd say the second Tuesday in March is the earliest I'm willing to go for the state primary, and really just wanted to, and with a runoff system, that having a runoff later in May. But it really is just a conversation starter, not a, this is the only acceptable time I would have for it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Representative Sweeney. I believe that's the last we'll hear from you today. Enjoy your ride back to Manchester.
Thank you.
Next up is, Salem, excuse me. Next up is Senior Deputy Secretary of State Lovejoy. Senior Deputy Lovejoy, welcome to Election Law.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, my name is Patricia Lovejoy. I am the Senior Deputy Secretary of State. Obviously, I'm here representing the Secretary of State. We are opposed to this bill. We have several reasons that we are opposed to the bill. The first, regarding the date in March, we believe that doubling up with municipal and state elections would create a lot of problems. I think that your local issues, somebody running for a school board, or you have a town that's trying to do a new police station, a fire station, library, whatever it is, that those local issues will get drowned out in a primary. You have the primary for U.S. Senate, for Congress, for governor. Those issues will basically suck all the oxygen out of the room. We don't think it's fair for the local issues to be caught up at the same time as the primaries. Also, the number of ballots that somebody may be having to vote on. Currently, in like my town, in March, you get 3 ballots. You get one for your local school district. Then we're part of a cooperative school district, and our town ballot. Now you'll be adding a 4th ballot. And in some village districts, you could be talking as many as 5 ballots in the March. Also, we have concerns regarding people receiving their absentee ballots. The UOCAVA rules of needing to get ballots out 45 days ahead of time does not apply to municipal elections. So the UOCAVA ballots would be going out 45 days ahead of time. We also get the absentee ballots to the towns shortly after that. So you could have a town having its primary ballots going out, say, 40 days, 35, 40 days before the election. Your town ballots would go out generally later. We had issues last year where several of the school districts did not have their ballots to the towns when the towns were ready to send out their absentee ballots. So then the towns sent out their municipal level election absentee ballots. And then when they got the ones from the school districts, then they sent those out. So you could be looking at a possibility of voters receiving absentee ballots in 3 different mailings, which I think could be very confusing. We also believe in the issue about a runoff is one that concerns us. In our Constitution, in Article 2, I think it's sections 33, 34, and 42, they all refer to elections being decided by a plurality of votes. And in 1912, there was an amendment that specifically changed the language from a majority of votes to a plurality of votes. So we believe that there is a constitutional issue with this runoff, This is something that you will hear me saying this afternoon when we do ranked choice voting. Um, you know, as a general rule, the Secretary of State's office is opposed to any legislation where we would not know the outcome of election on election night. And one other little wrinkle on this one is the state runs any state level election. So the primaries are run by the Secretary of State's office. And the municipalities are responsible for the local elections. So you have a possibility of having two different authorities running these elections. So those are the basic reasons why we oppose this bill. I'd be willing to take any questions.
Questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Lovejoy. You mentioned, and I just want to make sure I heard you right, that you would be opposed to any change that would delay the results beyond election night. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Could you explain, follow up?
Follow up, of course.
Could you explain why?
We have a real history here in New Hampshire of always having those election results available. When you are talking about a runoff election, and it is, you're going to end up with those ballots all having to come to Concord to be able to appropriately do a runoff election. If you're talking at the U.S. Senate, governor, you name it level, it will. The delay in finding out who is elected will take, or who's going to be on the ballot will take quite a while. And if you're looking at a presidential primary, I can't remember if this bill specifically, I know one of the afternoon ones specifically talks about presidential election, not knowing the results of New Hampshire's first in the nation presidential primary on election night would, I think, be a pretty significant issue for the state.
You have a follow-up, Representative Lane? You said any other questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. On the matter of plurality and majority, I understand from your testimony that the Secretary of State's office believes it would be unconstitutional for the legislature to require a majority, even though a majority is also a plurality. Has the Secretary of State's office received a legal opinion to that effect, or is it just the legal judgment of the office?
We are just stating that we believe there may be a constitutional issue because the Constitution was specifically changed in 1912 to go from a majority to a plurality. We believe that this is an issue that needs to be taken into consideration in any bills regarding runoffs. We are not stating a legal opinion. We just believe that there is a constitutional issue.
Follow-up?
Sorry, just to confirm, the Secretary of State's office has not consulted with the Attorney General or with a law firm about this. It's just so there's no legal analysis behind this. Is that correct?
Correct. We believe that our reading is that there may be a constitutional issue. We think this is something that the legislature needs to further investigate. We wanted to bring up the issue.
Further questions from the committee? I do have two questions. For the disclosure, I am a sponsor on this bill. So if I step out of line, I think Representative Lane will give me will let me know, but I don't think I'm going to. You raised in your testimony you didn't want municipal elections to be drowned out by state issues. Couldn't the same argument be made of we hold our state elections and our federal elections at the same time, so we don't want our state issues to be drowned out by federal issues?
Well, that's a valid point, but we are concerned about the local elections. They just have a much smaller geographic area that they are dealing with. And in a town who's trying, if you've ever been involved in an issue in your town where you're trying to get, whether it's a new library, I mean, several towns, it takes them multiple elections, and to have that issue drowned out by primaries for U.S. Senate, Congress. We don't think it's fair for those local issues.
Fair enough. I'll save my debate for that for the executive session because I don't want to get in a back and forth. I do have one more. This is actually just more of a point of intrigue than necessarily the bill. It stems from the municipal and state kind of vein. Representative Sweeney said that our state law says that the First Nation primary will fall on the municipal town meeting day. If we're not a week in front of everybody, that's what he says is the default. You said that the municipal elections are run by the municipality and state and federal run by the state. So how would the Secretary of State's office do that? If for some reason every other state decided to stop jumping in front of us, how would we handle that?
I would have to get back to you on that. We haven't had the presidential primary on town meeting day, I think, for a very long time.
Thank you. It was just a point of curiosity. These are the things that go through my mind in case anybody's wondering. Any other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you. Senior Deputy Lovejoy, it's always a pleasure. Next up is Representative Timothy Horgan.
I'll pass some written testimony around first, which actually applies to both bills, but I mostly talked about this.
Thank you. If you could give it straight to the clerk, that would be wonderful.
It's the testimony is theoretically it's duplicative because I submitted it through the submit testimony thing on the website, but I'm at least in my mind, I'm totally unclear where it goes or how anybody can actually see what's submitted to it. Apparently, some people can see it. But anyway, so I'm resident Timothy Horgan. I'm continue to represent Stratford County District 10, which is the town of Durham. And I don't know whether in the previous testimony, I did open the door. I did open the door to moving the primary forward a few weeks. But I still think it should be late summer. So I'm still I feel like maybe there's a bit of a bait and switch going on here, which is like myself, and I'm speaking just for myself, probably some other Democrats say, well, maybe we need to move the primary a little early, and then they're going to say we're going to compromise and move it to June, which at least for me personally is not acceptable. So I'm probably not as smart as I think I am, but I'm not planning to fall for that particular bait and switch if that's what happens. But anyway, actually, I'll skip ahead to the last issue of my written testimony, which was redistricting. Last year was a redistricting year, and the legislature didn't complete the various redistricting plans until a week before the filing window. And in fact, the congressional plan was never really completed. The federal court had to draw the lines for us. And I don't see I don't even see how we can meet the March filing window envisioned in HB 115 or this December one, which is presumably what this one envisions, although there's a drafting errors. I just don't see how this process can play out that quickly, especially since from what as you shared with me, reminded me, which I guess I heard at the time, Mr. Chair, like we were chatting out in the hallway, the census data was delayed in 2021, and that was one of the reasons why the redistricting process took longer than maybe it took a long time in 2022. So anyway, we'd be drawing the district lines way back, and so after the 2030 census, we would be drawing the district lines in December 2031, and I don't know how realistic that is, but that's, although I guess we have a decade to figure that part of it is. If we pass HB 333 with the March primary, that would lengthen the post-primary phase of the campaign from roughly a month and a half to almost 8 months. Are you raising your hand or just holding it up? Okay.
No, I'm sorry. I'm reading, and this is how I read.
Oh, thank you. Oh, no problem. You're doing a fine job, and better than me probably. Anyway, so that would place the nominees in the awkward. I'm not sure what a nominee is supposed to do if you have 8 months until the general election. Or do you either bore the elector to death, burn out their supporters, and and everything by knocking on doors, putting on signs, mailing postcards, running ads, putting up signs, all those things we do during the primary for basically 3/4 of the year, actually almost the entire year, including the primaries. One thing I like about the current system, it compresses both the primary and general elections into a few weeks, basically in the late summer and early to mid-autumn, even though the candidate recruitment process starts in the spring. And, we're running we are running in the early part of the summer too, but basically the whole thing is compressed into about from basically at least for a state rep candidate, it's mostly stuff runs from about August 1st to election day in November, which is actually, I think, a good thing rather than just stretching the whole thing out over the entire year. Also, that if we have a March primary, that guarantees the primary campaign is going to hinge on issues which have little or nothing to do with on the voters' 8 months later. I think in 2020, the name, especially dramatic example, the primary would have happened basically before the pandemic and everything that went along with it, and also before the George Floyd murder, the Black Lives Matter movement, and so the issues are in people's minds in November were probably quite different from what they were, back in March, and this would have happened even in 2022. I gave an example, which probably I'll skip over in order not to start a riot, but happened to a certain event that was investigated this year, and I think some people's view, we learned a lot more about what happened in January 2021 than we did when it started. And that may have changed some people's thinking, or maybe not. And so that's basically it. I think a long post-primary campaign is bad. I think having the primary campaign, the winners, also I didn't go into that, but that's not really a great idea. I think it's better to have it in the summer, especially for those of us who are in the legislature, because right now, the current primary, we basically start the reelection campaign right after the end of the second year session, and that's perfect for us. And anything else, and this we'd be running even before the second year session starts, and that's bad. As for the runoffs, although they're sort of like backing off, the prime sponsor just backed off from that idea. That doubles the cost of the election, and also, of course, it's inconsistent since there's lots of down ticket races which are single seat races. I mean, I see the logic being not trying to have a runoff for a House race. How do you decide what the cutoff is? That's just. But there are most of even some of the state rep races are single member seats, but the state Senate and county commissioners, except in my county, Stratford County, where we have a 3-person at-large district. So the runoff election, that doubles the cost of the election, and I'm not sure if it's a great idea. And I'm not sure if any of this would also improve the quality of the challengers in the primaries. I know certainly, I'll just speak as a Democrat. Governor Sununu has beaten us, 4 times in a row, and especially this time he did it with a candidate who I thought, at least in my opinion, was a very strong candidate, ran a very good race, and he still got, he still fell more than a little short. And I guess the situation's been reversed the opposite way for the Republicans in the down ticket, the congressional and Senate races. But I don't think how this procedure helps that problem. That's probably just that's more sort of an internal problem, getting stronger candidates to run, but which is true for the governor's candidates too. But so anyway, I mean, retaining the bill, that sounds, that's obviously an easy way out of it, but I would actually probably prefer ITLing the whole thing, because I think the runoff election, the early primaries, I just think those are fundamentally bad ideas. And the ranked choice voting can be considered on its own merits, but I don't think, and I think the Secretary of State's office is right to be concerned about the constitutionality of it, especially if in this case we're doing some races with the runoff to guarantee the majority. We're doing other races, other single seat races with the old traditional plurality thing. So that's really inconsistent. So that's why I'm against this bill, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Horgan. Is there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on HB 333 fiscal note? All right, seeing no other questions, great news, committee members. We get to have an early and long lunch. I will be closing the hearing on HB 333FN. We will be in recess until 1 p.m. I will ask the members of the Republican caucus to hang back before you go over and get your lunch so we can have a very brief caucus. And we'll see you back at 1 o'clock.
Could I also ask the Democrats to do the same thing? Ross, where are you going? Okay. No, I just don't know where, I was just trying.
All right, welcome. And we are going to open the public hearing on House Bill 345. Welcome, Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. For the record, my name is Ellen Reed. I represent Newmarket and Newfields. And just as a preface to these next two hearings, so those of you who've been on the committee before are familiar with RCV hearings going pretty long, 2 to 3 hours. Also, last year we had the big bill first, what we call the big bill, where we go into great depth on a lot of issues. And then we had the enabling bill. This year it's reversed. So we're going to try to honor the committee's time as best as possible. So there will be some issues that we touch on in this enabling bill now that we might get questions to go in depth, and the details aren't necessarily pertinent for the enabling bill, but they are for the big bill. So we'll probably say, can we please just address that in the next hearing, if you all would honor that. I also have asked, because in order to honor the committee's time, asked that I have not asked people to come and testify. Those who've come decided that they wanted to testify. I've asked them to be very brief. We're focusing just on a couple of experts to really, I think those of you who've been here before know that we can fill this room with supporters. That's not the question, whether or not RCV is popular as a concept, but really to do an educational deep dive into the issues. Having said that, HB 345 is before you. This is an enabling only bill. It does nothing in and of itself other than untie the hands of parties and municipalities. For municipal elections, for municipalities, it would only be for their municipal elections. You cannot do other elections with one town doing RCV, another one's not. So it'd only be for the municipal elections. Every town and every party would get to opt in through their own internal procedures. For municipalities, that means a vote of the townspeople through their normal, likely warrant process, whatever process that town or city has currently. It would be through the normal process. As you're aware, we're a Dillon's Rule state, which means towns cannot currently do this until we enable them. So that is why this is necessary for towns that want to have ranked choice voting for their municipal elections. And there is a very, very good reason why towns would want that, which I will touch on in a moment. For parties, the party would opt in through their own internal procedure as normal, how they do every other decision. Both for municipalities and parties, they would notify the Secretary of State 90 days in advance, at least 90 days in advance. Any party or municipality may opt in independently to any other party or municipality, and they can also opt out at any time. So there's no onerous anything, nothing binding. This only unties their hands, and it liberates them to do just what they want. It also allows both municipalities and probably more importantly parties to specify which races they would like to enable ranked choice voting for, which again, I think especially for parties will be very important. Before I get into more detail, and I don't want to get into too much detail on the concept of ranked choice voting, because we do have the big bill next, but I feel like there's so many new members of this committee this year that I should probably just do a very brief overview of why it's good, what problem is it solving, and how it's done. So the way we currently vote is referred to as first past the post. It comes from, antiquity, really, merry old England, when they didn't really have more sophisticated ways of voting. Now, the problem with first past the post, or one of the biggest problems, is that it's fine if you have a single winner election, so one seat up for grabs, and two people running. It works great because whoever wins is guaranteed to have 50% or more of the vote, and therefore a mandate from the voters. But if you have more than two people running for that seat, you may end up with a winner that has what we call a low plurality vote, low plurality winner. And what that means is it's possible for the other two supporters of the other two candidates to have combined and preferred one of the other two to the person who won. And this ends up with a lot of division, because if someone wins with 37% of the vote, but the supporters of the other two candidates feel strongly that they're against them, they feel like that is an illegitimate election. And I think that we've all heard a lot of saddening stories about how bitterly divided and polarized our society has become because people feel like different elections are illegitimate. And I would say that on both sides, actually. So I want to define very, very quickly plurality and majority, because it will come up, and it'll especially come up in the next bill. I don't want to go into detail. For those of you who are new, I presume most people know this. Plurality simply means the most number of votes. Majority is 50% plus one. A majority is a type of plurality. So all majorities are pluralities, not all pluralities are majorities. Majorities are a better type of plurality. I will say this much: ranked choice voting does not require a majority to win. In fact, there's plenty of times that you don't have a majority when you have a ranked choice voting winner. But we'll get more into that probably in the next bill. So again, this was known. The idea of a low plurality winner was a known issue even back in the day. And so a lot of places, including New Hampshire and a lot of other states, started to institute a majority rule. We actually had in our Constitution from the beginning a requirement that winners for certain races have a majority, because we wanted to not have those low plurality winners. Unfortunately, what started happening, political games, we're all familiar with that. Parties were starting to realize that if they ran someone who could split the other party's candidate, then there would be no majority. And what we had in the Constitution is if there was no majority, the legislature would decide. And so increasingly so, late 1800s into the 1900s, legislative races were being decided by the legislature in what was seen as very, very political decisions. And so around that time, we amended the Constitution to say it just requires a plurality. But we're back to that low plurality winner problem. The problem with this, as I've already said, is it decreases voter confidence, it increases voter apathy, decreases turnout, and just in general is seen as not as valid a system. People don't feel like their votes matter. And indeed, there are elections where votes don't matter. If you are one party in a district that's majority of the other party, very frequently your vote really doesn't amount to too much. And I think the goal, we can all agree, is to have every vote count equally. One person, one vote. So the other option you have, and some towns do this, which is why towns will want the ability to enable ranked choice voting, and many states do this as well, is runoff elections. In a runoff election, as you're probably familiar, if there's no one that has a majority, all of the candidates except the top two are eliminated, and you have a whole new election. You wait a month or two, turn everybody back out. It's millions of dollars. So runoff elections, while they're better than low plurality winners, they're extremely expensive. It suffers greatly from a reduced turnout. People kind of get hyped for the general, and then for one race don't typically turn out in the same numbers. Also, the procedure for runoff is inferior to ranked choice voting because you're eliminating all of the candidates. Now, it's very, very possible if you had a slate of, say, 6 or 7 candidates, that 3 or 4 of those candidates' supporters would coalesce around one, but because all of those candidates got eliminated, the voters are then forced into one of the top 2. So that's another way in which it's problematic. So of the different systems that are available, ranked choice voting has the highest definition picture of the will of the electorate. It has the capacity to not just capture who people want, but the level at which they want those candidates and their ability to say anyone but that guy, right? Which is something that our current system doesn't really allow for. So very, very quickly, and we can go into more depth with questions, especially on the next bill. So ranked choice voting, simply, if you can rank your favorite flavors of ice cream, you can rank your favorite politicians. And you rank them, and then they go through runoff. So we take everybody's first preference. If nobody has reached the threshold for winning, which in a single member district is 50% plus one, then you eliminate the least vote getter, and those ballots get counted towards those people's next preference. Very, very similar to a runoff election, repeat balloting. That threshold for the single member is 50% vote plus one. In multi-member districts, that threshold is different. The formula is 1 over the number of seats available plus one. So that's one of the reasons that not every election results in a majority winner. So benefits of ranked choice voting, to get back into less in the theory and back into this bill. So on the town level, enabling towns, especially runoff towns, who can then save quite a bit of money in not having to do a runoff election, which I already mentioned, not only is expensive, not only suffers from low turnout, not only has an inferior way of eliminating candidates, but also has the problem of extending the campaign season, which people already feel is super divisive. I don't know if you've ever talked to your constituents, but people hate campaign signs. They hate campaign season in general, and there's actually been national movements to shorten campaign season, not lengthen it. So, and not only does it extend the campaign season, but then you also have the problem of the empty seat in the legislature, which we're familiar with now. We're familiar with on the national level as well. When you have a runoff election, you have that empty seat. Allowing towns to solve all of those problems by enabling ranked choice voting, if they so choose, specifically if the voters of that town so choose, allows us to use those towns as laboratories of democracy, that wonderful federalist principle that we all believe in. All right, and it covered all the runoff things. Primaries. So for primaries, and I'll speak of primaries broadly, and then I want to get into the presidential primary, which is kind of the really juicy stuff. Primaries, as we have seen in recent both congressional and presidential primaries in this state, frequently have slates of 15, even upwards of 30 candidates. And this is when ranked choice voting really, really shines. When you have these many candidates, you have the ability in the first past the post system of having a winner that has 18%, 19% of the vote. Clearly not a mandate, clearly and very easily could be imagined as not really supported by a majority of the people. Ranked choice voting really is necessary in situations where you have that many candidates. And I'll get to in the next bill exactly why, because we have international examples of how bad things can get when you have that many candidates. Primaries in general are super important for our democracy. They're an integral part of how we elect people. I know they are, in fact, private entity events. However, we fund them on a state level because they're so integral to our democracy, to our representative democracy. Boss Tweed is famous for saying, "I don't care who gets to vote so long as I get to pick the candidates." That's why primaries are so very important. So having more accurate representation on the primary level is super important. Ranked choice voting also eliminates the need for strategic voting, and this is really, I mean, again, the big bill, we can go into more details, but the idea that you're forced between the lesser of two evils, that you don't really get to vote your conscience, you'd really prefer this guy, but in a first past the post system, there's only two candidates that ever matter in first past the post. That's the person in the lead and the person closest to kicking out the person in the lead. Those are the only two candidates that matter. We consider, in electoral theory, any vote cast for anyone other than those two people a wasted vote, because it doesn't actually help one of the two frontrunners. Now, it eliminates that strategic voting. It liberates you to vote your conscience, which I think is kind of what we all were taught, like in third grade, how our democracy is supposed to work. You really vote for the person you like best. Because it never ever hurts you to rank people after your first preference. Your ballot never counts towards anybody other than your first preference unless your first preference gets eliminated. So you're completely liberated to vote as your conscience dictates. It also decreases negativity in campaigns and increases, in the case of specifically primaries, as we're talking about enabling, party unity. It does increase turnout. Candidates tend to not badmouth each other if they're trying to get the supporters of another candidate to choose them as their second or third preference, right? So it tends to decrease the negative campaigning. People aren't as turned off. They do feel like their votes matter because they get more of a voice on their ballot. And people turn out more. But specifically in presidential primaries, it really has the power to bring parties together much, much sooner. We're used to hearing news about how divided a party gets during a presidential primary and how quickly the party wants to try to gather the party unity back together. In presidential primaries, and I presume all of you are aware, you're not actually like voting. You're voting for someone to get delegates in a convention, right? It's not the typical way of voting. And so there's a threshold. So there's not a one winner. There's a threshold for getting those delegates. In the Republican Party, it's 10%. In the Democratic Party, it's 15%. And what that means, and I can refer you to the sheet that looks like this. This top left chart shows the dashed blue line is the Democratic threshold of 15. The dashed red line is the Republican threshold of 10. And you can kind of read it however, whichever party you would like to read it for based on that line. But just reading it for only the Democratic Party, in this example, only Apple gets delegates at all, even though nearly 85% of the voters wanted someone else, meaning the party effectively throws out 85% of all ballots cast in that presidential primary. I don't think 85% of people voting in a presidential primary want their voice completely unheard. And, you know, there's been plenty of talk about the lack of democratic principles in party primary, presidential primary systems. If you look down at, and this sheet is specifically for first in the nation primary results, which I'll get to, but look down at the ranked choice voting results in a primary. You're no longer just eliminating until someone wins, like in a normal election. You're eliminating until everybody left is over the threshold, whether it's 10 or 15%. And here you get much, much clearer results. Here you can see that there's a few frontrunners that have a lot of support, whether or not they had supported other candidates first. You don't get a whole bunch of candidates like you do in the first graph that all have like 8%, 9%, 7%. You get a few strong, clear frontrunners, which is the kind of information, by the way, you want in a first in the nation primary or an early primary at all. You don't want static. You want clear, salient, actionable information, and not just for the rest of the voters of the country. You also want it for the candidates, and this is where we get back to party unity. Candidates in a presidential primary are always looking to see whether or not they should drop and win. If they can see that their supporters, actually they can get some of Pierre's supporters over. If Pierre gets eliminated, they can get some of Orange's supporters. If Orange gets eliminated, then they know they can stay in. If they see that they're actually none of the other candidates actually have supporters that support them, they can drop, and they can drop sooner. Dropping sooner not only helps party unity much, much quicker, but it helps later states. And if later states have ranked choice voting, what it means is that those later states primaries, their voters who now currently potentially waste their votes when they vote for a candidate that has already dropped, but dropped too late, and so their name is still on the ballot, or people who have absentee voted or early voted and they voted for a candidate who dropped again late. Having them drop sooner, again, produces better results. So having first in the nation as ranked choice voting or an early primary as ranked choice voting helps other states and other voters in other states have their votes count.
So Representative Reed, we are at the 20-minute mark, which is unprecedented. So I'd ask you to wrap it, please. We got a lot of people after you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to move on to implementation. So for primary implementation, again, it's only if the party opts in. The counting is done by the Secretary of State. There's absolutely no change for any of the workers on the town level. So I know we've heard in years past, oh my gosh, will towns be able, they don't have to know how to do it. They just have to, and we do have education. Every state and everywhere that's implemented this, which is very, very numerous, there are organizations that are willing to do the education, but the actual work for the town workers on the town level doesn't change at all. They do not have to do any of the counting. Results. So what we think of as results, and we talk about like certified results or official results from the Secretary of State's office, but that night's results are preliminary. And what we think of those as results are really what the press is reporting. That doesn't change. Towns can still report their first round numbers as always, and it gets in the press the same speed as it currently does. In terms of the actual implementation, there's a few different options, but even the slowest of the options still produces results within hours. In Maine, Maine specifically gives their towns a week to return information from their election. The actual counting process in Maine is extremely fast, but they don't get the results from the towns for a week. We require towns to submit information that night, and so the actual process would happen within a few hours. And if we stay with our current machines, which is eventually unlikely because our machines, and has been reported and talked about extensively, are in desperate need of updating anyway. But if we stay with our current machines, all the ballots would be couriered to a central location for the Secretary of State's office. They rent high-speed scanners. They use open source software, and that's it. It's very simple. Now, we already courier things from towns on election night anyway. This is, by and large, how Maine does theirs. Maine also has towns that have machines that produce the data, so we wouldn't have to move the actual ballots. We could just move flashcards. So whether or not you have an updated machine doesn't mean you can't do it. It just is the difference between couriering a box of ballots or couriering something that big. Now, as I said, I know the Secretary of State's office has been looking at new machines and is in the process of certifying new machines that may come quickly or not so quickly. We do have excess HAVA funds. We have a mandate that we have to fund our elections 10 years out. So how much HAVA funds we have available for new machines is in question. However, I'm happy to work with the Secretary of State's office in putting in legislation or working with the Senate to amend this bill to make sure HAVA funds are available for new machines, if that's the route that the Secretary of State would like to go in implementation. Either way, it's completely implementable. Maine, like I said, has done this exact process. We already courier, they courier. In Maine, they implemented this for $29,000 up front, and then each election is about $79,000. So very, very affordable.
Mr. Representative, that was another 3 minutes, which is all some people have asked for, and we've gone through about half the allotted time for the hearing. So please wrap it up out of respect for the other folks behind you.
I do have respect for the folks behind me. I will do the best I can, Mr. Chair, but it is a big deal bill that requires a lot of introduction.
Well, you have 1 minute remaining.
All right. Voter experience and voter everywhere that this is implemented, voters, the exit polls show that voters understand it, understand how it's counted. We're talking about 70s, 80s, and 90%. They like the process, they understand it, and they think their vote counts more. In terms of arguments, the biggest arguments I usually hear are, well, it happened in this location and my guy didn't win. That is never a good reason to pick an election system. You should pick an election system based on the fairness. I will say that it's pretty public that I have been a longtime Bernie supporter. In this last primary, if we had used ranked choice voting, he probably would not have won New Hampshire, and yet I still support it. I will refer you also to the chocolate election where from last year on this handout, where the original winner was Almond Joy, which I also preferred, but did not end up becoming the final winner. We should pick election systems based on fairness. Finally, the idea that it's newfangled and difficult and hard to understand. 27 states on some level have used this. Some since 1912. Australia and about a dozen other countries have used it on the national level for over 100 years in the case of Australia. It's used throughout the English-speaking world. It's used for hundreds and hundreds of organizations, including the Academy Awards, including Mensa. There's no issue you can come up with that hasn't already been addressed by these entities. Paper ballots, 100%. Can it be hand counted? Absolutely. It's been hand counted since before we had machines to count. Can it be verified? Can you do a recount? 100%. Easily done. I've done it in public several times for people to watch the process. So all of those arguments absolutely are based on a lack of understanding of ranked choice voting. And I will end by saying, anytime you have Ben Shapiro and Bernie Sanders agreeing on something, as they do with ranked choice voting, it's probably a good idea to look into it with an open heart and open mind. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We're going to forego questions right now. Next up, Linda Bundy.
Good afternoon, Chairman Smith and members of the Election Law Committee. My name is Linda Bundy. I'm from Antrim. I support HB 345, enabling ranked choice voting for state primaries and municipal elections. In ranked choice voting, voters rank candidates based on their individual preferences, giving them more choice. Because winning requires a majority of the votes, elections result in candidates supported by more voters. Ranked choice voting increases competition and candidate interaction with voters because they must work to earn the support from a broader range of voters. Ranked choice voting works equally well when there are multiple seats to fill. Elections for municipal offices, school boards, flotarial districts, and multi-member districts are ideally suited for ranked choice. This bill presents an excellent way to begin using ranked choice in New Hampshire. It allows parties and municipalities the opportunity to opt in to this method and demonstrate its effectiveness so that others may follow. Thank you.
Thank you. Glenn Myers.
Okay, my name is Glenn Myers. I'm a retired actuary from Deerfield. I've been in New Hampshire since 2010. I want to begin my statement by looking at the 2022 general and special elections in Alaska that elected a representative for the U.S. House. What happened on that is that for the special election, they were replacing the Representative Don Young, who passed away midterm. And what they did right there was that was the first ranked choice voting election that that Alaska held. And what happened about it, now if you've got the handout right there, if you can look on the flip side, what happens is I put in some of the round summaries has bar graphs, and you will see that in the first special election, Sarah Palin got the second most number of votes, and what happened is that Nick Begich was eliminated. Now, because we had two Republicans running against each other, they had a tendency to fight each other as if this were a primary. And so what happened is that many of Begich's votes transferred to Sarah Palin, but a few just managed to go over to the Democrat Mary Bartola. And then the next thing you'll notice is that the green bar down at the bottom, those were the votes where Begich's people did not vote for a second, a rank behind Begich. And so if you were to actually take the exhausted votes and add them to Sarah Palin's vote, that would have put her ahead. So then what happened is that when they did the next round, Mary Patola had enough to push her over the top to get elected. Okay, now in the runoff, and then in the subsequent election, okay, Republicans were a little bit upset at that. And so what happens is that they instituted what they call a Rank the Red campaign, urging their voters to vote for somebody in the other party in their next rank. Okay, and also right there, Peltola made a definite, I'm not sure whether this is a shift, but to represent, she hired Don Young's former chief of staff. She supported the Alaska-specific policies toward fishing and energy. And as a result, right there, if you look at the next run there behind, many more votes from Sarah Palin, basically from Begich went to Sarah Palin. There was just enough votes for Partola to get elected because she was the incumbent, so she had a good start on that. Okay, there's a lesson to be learned from this. Basically, the moral of the story is that negative campaigning is very risky. You want to get the second place votes for other people that you were attacking before. The other thing right here is that here you had an election where two Republican candidates were fighting out between each other to go after a single Democrat. Political parties may want to resolve any internal differences before they advance to the general election. Okay? And that's something that is done in Maine where they have ranked choice voting for both the primaries and for the general. Now, the other statement is that voters should rank multiple, if not all, candidates. As I think Ellen pointed out right here, a lower ranked choice vote will not be counted as a vote until the higher ranked choice vote is either eliminated or elected. So with these, I think there's going to be a learning curve connected with ranked choice voting on both the candidates and the voters' part. And I like the ranked choice voting because the skill needed right there to get elected more closely resembles the skill needed to get to run a government. This is in contrast to some of the campaigns where the main skill consists of being able to generate rage against your opponent. And with that, I will finish saying I really think you should pass this law.
Thank you. Willing to take questions? Anybody have any? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Representative Turner.
Thank you, Chairman Smith and members. Appreciate you taking a few minutes. I'll be brief. Eric Turer from Brentwood, Rockingham District 6. And I'm basically here primarily to fulfill a campaign promise that I made. I was interested in ranked choice voting long before I ran for office for many of the reasons that were mentioned by the previous speakers. As I ran, I knocked on probably over 800 doors in my district, and I was surprised that behind taxes and the hot button social issues that came up, reducing partisanship was one of the top priorities that I heard from people. It was asked of me on candidates night when we were running what I could do to reduce partisanship. Ranked choice voting has always been my answer for this. I think it's the most tangible and practical solution that we can implement in order to achieve that goal. Every person I explained ranked choice voting to, and some knew what it was already, but others said it made sense. They liked it. They liked that it offered no partisan advantage. They liked that it still allowed them to just vote for one person if that was their preference. They don't have to go all the way down the list. So I guess I'll just summarize and say I think that this ought to pass, and I hope that's how you'll vote on this measure. Let towns like mine decide whether they want to try it or not. It'll have impacts beyond just who wins the election. It will change who runs for elections and who what issues get discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McGuire.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dan McGuire. I represent the town of Epsom here in Merrimack County. I'm opposed to these two bills because I think that ranked choice voting is flawed. It has many of the same drawbacks our current system does and adds new ones. And there are better choices. I'm not somebody who inherently is against alternative voting schemes. I've proposed such bills myself. But this is not a particularly good one. I've handed out a piece of paper that gives some examples of details. I'm not going to go through them. But in particular, the first one is a very simple example of how ranked choice voting can choose the wrong winner, right? The one that clearly is not the choice of the voters. And the typical example used here is the city of Burlington, Vermont, had ranked choice for their mayor for a short period of time. And an example similar to this came up there. They picked the wrong person for mayor, people felt it, and they got rid of it. Secondly, for ranked choice voting, the counting has to be centralized. And so either, as we've heard, you ship all the ballots to Concord and do the counting there, or you have some kind of computer system where all the towns are connected together. So this is a complex system. It's not easy to understand. It's more susceptible to fraud and error. And so if you're going to do something this complicated, there are better methods. So effectively, if you're going to put in a computer system to count all the ballots, why not program it correctly with a better system than this? And a better example is a system called Condorcet. Finally, this is confusing, right? So we've heard the example of Australia. So ranked choice voting was invented in Australia roughly 100 years ago. I happened to be visiting Australia once. I'm interested in this issue. And I asked people to explain to me how it worked. You know, I met people randomly, a dozen people who thought it was good. And I said to them, explain to me how they choose the winner. Not a single person could explain it to me. If you read the bill, starting on page 3, you'll understand why. I challenge you to read that stuff and understand it. It's not easy, okay? Whereas our current system, I think I could go to anybody and say, how does it work? And you say, we count all the votes and the one that's biggest wins, right? So it's complicated. And so if you're going to go with this level of complication, there are better choices. If you want to stay with the current level of complication, there are better choices also, in particular one called approval voting. Now, you've heard a couple of incorrect things, in my opinion. Reducing partisanship. This is not designed to reduce partisanship. This is designed because it eliminates the little party guys from the bottom. It keeps the Democrat and the Republican in play, and it moves the little party's votes into their columns. That's what's going on. There will still be plenty of partisanship with this method. The other methods that I've talked about really are nonpartisan. This one is not. You've also heard a fair amount about Alaska. Alaska's system, while technically called ranked choice, has another large feature that's not in these bills. And so they effectively eliminated separate primaries for Republicans and Democrats. So it's hard to use their system as an example for what these bills would do. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will conclude.
Thank you, Representative McGuire. Are you willing to take questions?
I am.
Thank you. Representative Perdomo Brown.
The only questions of the hour, I guess. Speaking about Australia, I looked up the voting rates in Australia and learned that they are mandatory, that voting is mandatory in Australia, so the voting rates are very high because you will be fined if you don't vote. I thought that was interesting. Did you find when you were there that there was a lack of partisanship, that there was less partisanship than, say, other places you've been to when you've assessed the political situation?
Yes, thank you for the question, Representative. Not specifically, although I didn't probe sort of those kind of question. But the general feeling was they thought they had a great system, and it was all because it was invented there, right? It's ours. It must be great, right? But when you go into details, how does it work? You know, who knows, right? It's like anyway.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Representative McGuire. Representative LaMontagne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee. I'm Jessica LaMontagne from Stratford County. I'm going to be very brief. I think ranked choice voting helps us find the highest common denominator among our candidates. And that helps us find an affinity for the candidate that most people like. And I think that in itself is how we reduce partisanship. And another thing is the status of being the first in the nation primary. How more compelling would it be if we were on the vanguard of ranked choice voting that furthers that end? So I don't want to go into all the other details that were said. But as far as bills being so much more complicated in the bill, when you look at the legal language, that's true about almost any bill that we see in committee, I would say. And I echo Representative Turner's impression that when I talk to voters about it, they seem to grasp the concept very easily, and we're very much in favor of it. So thank you.
Thank you. Tiani Coleman.
Hello, thank you. Again, I am Tiani Coleman. I reside in Amherst, New Hampshire, and have been living there for about 9.5 years. Before I moved to Amherst, I lived in Utah, and some of you know this already, but I became introduced and I got to know ranked choice voting in Utah in the early 2000s. I was actually, at the time, I'm now an independent voter, but at the time, I was the chair of the Salt Lake County Republican Party out in Utah. And we used ranked choice voting for our Republican conventions in Utah, and they still do use it, and the Democratic Party also uses it in their conventions. We had a race in Utah in 2002 that was a congressional race with 12 candidates, and it went very smoothly, and it turned out really well. And then in 2004, we had a race for governor that had 8 candidates. These were convention races, but they went very well. And since then, after I moved away from Utah, in 2018, Utah adopted a local option bill for their municipalities to adopt and use ranked choice voting for their municipal elections. And over 30, I think it's 20 that have actually used it, but over 30 opted in to use it. Only over 20 actually did use it because some of them didn't have enough people on the ballot to actually trigger ranked choice. But they have had very positive reviews, and I'm not sure if Amelia Gardner at the county a former Utah County clerk submitted her testimony this year or not, but I know she did last year, and she was a county clerk in Utah County that implemented it for the first time and had only positive things to say about it, and it was very good. And the Salt Lake County clerk also in Utah has very positive things to say about ranked choice voting. I actually met with the Salt Lake County clerk way back in the early 2000s. And, you know, she had been the county clerk for a very long time. And at the time she was like, oh, I don't know. You know, I don't know how I feel about this and all these things. But once they actually implemented it and she used it, she's a big supporter. And you will find that over and over and over again everywhere where they implement it. It happened with Secretary of State Dunlap. When they were first bringing the ballot initiative in Maine, the former Secretary of State, he was a little bit worried about it, negative about it. He had things to say. Oh, I think it might cost too much. Oh, I think it's going to be complicated. Oh, I think it's going to be hard to educate voters. But he, you know, his hand was forced. He had to implement it because they passed the ballot initiative. And once he implemented it, he only had good things to say. They were able to pull it off in 2 months. I mean, they didn't know that they were going to have to use ranked choice voting. I think until April, it wasn't finalized that they were going to have to use it in their June primary. And they pulled it off in 2 months or so and had a very positive experience. It was smooth. They ran exit polls in Maine. Over 85% of voters said that they found it easy to understand, easy to use, easy to do. I can't remember the exact numbers, it was like 60 or 70% said they wanted to keep using it, they loved it. And we see that play out because in Maine they had another, you know, they had to have it on the ballot multiple times, different times, and it passed every single time. And then they even expanded it. When they first passed it, it wasn't for the presidential general election or for the presidential primaries. Now they are using it for the presidential general election and the presidential primaries. And this is the same story you find everywhere where it's been implemented. You might know that I sent you all slides last night that go into very, well, they were slides, now it's a PDF document, but they go into a lot of details, and you can review that. And one of the slides has a link to data from FairVote that has all of the studies, a lot of the exit polls, and all of the things that show all of the positive real-world example results of ranked choice voting. You know, the positive reviews by people that they like it, the smooth implementation of it, the very, very low error rate in voters casting ballots. They really don't get very many complaints. Now, some people say, oh, you know, it took so long, and maybe in Maine or in Alaska, or there was a glitch in New York City. All of those, none of those things had to do with ranked choice voting. Every one of those things had to do with either the law of the state or a glitch that had nothing to do with ranked choice voting. Like in New York City, they really had a very smooth ranked choice election. They did have a glitch with ballots prior to that, but it wasn't related to the ranked choice voting election itself. It was related to the ballot commission messing up something in their programming. It had nothing to do with the ranked choice. And the same with Maine and Alaska. The delay in their results is due to their state law allowing for a lot of time for the ballots to come in, or they have absentee ballot laws that allow absentee ballots to come in for 2 weeks, for example, in Alaska. So that would not be relevant here. I just want to remind all of you one more time that this bill is an enabling bill only, HB 345. It's only, to allow municipalities to opt in if they want, or to allow parties to opt in to use it in primaries if they want. That really means that all of you really should support this bill, even if you're not a huge fan of ranked choice voting. Now, I know a lot of you are a huge fan of ranked choice voting, but even if you're not, this is a bill that you can support, because what you're saying, if you're someone who supports liberty and freedom and good government, you would support giving that option to people who want to use it. If a municipality wants to use it, that's local government control, that's small government control. That's something that you should want to let municipalities opt into if they want to. And they will have to go through the entire process themselves to make that determination in a vote of their own voters. But if they want to do that, let them hold a local municipal election using ranked choice voting. And the same with parties. If a party really wants their primary to be held with ranked choice voting, let them opt into that. If your party doesn't want to, they don't have to. If a party does want to, they can. And a party might want to for one race because they might say, oh, we know that this particular primary is going to have a lot of candidates. It's going to be ugly. It's going to result in great party division. We're not going to be able to unify around someone for a general election. And, you know, by allowing them to opt in, you're letting them do that. And then they can opt out if they don't like it or don't want to use it again, or if they don't need it for a different election. I think you should, you know, give that option because believe me, people will want that option. In party primaries, a lot of times I think in this last year, you saw what happened with some of the primaries. People weren't really happy with some of the results because they felt like, you know, it was a low percentage and there was a vote split. And ranked choice voting might have helped that. And you saw, I was here earlier, and there are some people who have submitted a bill for runoff elections for primaries. And that shows that people see that there's a need to do something better than what we have now. And ranked choice voting will do that without the negatives. So since I mentioned that, I'll just say real quickly here too, although we can address it more in the next bill. But this bill, HB 345, has absolutely zero constitutional issues. The whole plurality provision, we can talk about that on the next bill, we'll discuss it. But on this bill, it is completely irrelevant. There is no constitutional issue on this bill whatsoever because the plurality provision in the New Hampshire Constitution does not in any way touch primary elections, and it does not in any way touch municipal elections. And so it is 100% not relevant. If you want to talk more about constitutionality, I'm happy to go into the details in the next bill. The same with the other things. I could say a lot about Alaska and what happened there. And I can talk more about these alternative voting methods that were discussed, but I think I will save those for the next bill and just say that ranked choice voting is indeed something that that does reduce partisanship and helps people coalesce around each other. And it helps people really have their voice heard. And that's one of the most important things is that every voter wants to really have their voice heard. And even if you go vote and you like someone and they don't win, the way it stands right now, it's just, you feel like your vote didn't really, especially if they only got, a small percentage of the vote, you feel like your voice wasn't really heard. In a ranked choice voting election, it may not change the outcome, but what happens is that you feel like your voice was heard because it registers that you cared about that person, but you can still voice your choice between the other people if your person has no chance of winning. So you're able to vote your conscience and express how you feel about the top runners. Whereas in a election now, you have to make a choice. Do I vote my conscience or do I make a meaningful vote? And you have to choose one or the other. You can't do both. In ranked choice voting, you can do both. And ranked choice voting also allows people to have a more even playing field. Right now, a lot of candidates really don't have much of a chance. But once again, I'll talk about that in the next bill because it's not super applicable here on this bill that only talks about primaries and municipalities. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. I will use one more example though real quick. There was a municipal election that I brought up last year with the Fall River race in Massachusetts, the city of Fall River. And in Fall River, there was a mayor who was under indictment for federal tax evasion, I believe, and fraud, who in the end did end up getting convicted. But at the time of the election, he was under indictment, and so they had a recall election. And in that recall election, over 60% of the voters voted to recall him. They did not want him to be the mayor anymore of that town. But the way that their ballot was made, they allowed anyone to run. So it said, if he's recalled, who will you put in their place? And they allowed him to put his name down as one of the potential people to be elected. So he was recalled by more than 60% of the vote. But then when all of the voters voted, 35% of the voters voted for him, but the other 65 voted against him, but they were split between 4 other candidates. And so that 35% ended up being the highest percentage. And so he was both recalled and reinstated in the same election, which was clearly not what the voters wanted. The voters voted to recall him. They did not want him. More than 60% did not want him. And even in the election, more than 60% did not want him. But 4 of those other candidates split the vote. If they had used ranked choice voting in that election, he would not been reelected in that race. Obviously, the other 4 candidates would have ended up producing a winner that would have beat him out. And that's what ranked choice voting does, is it helps show who the most voters actually want. And that's what ranked choice voting does. As my colleague said before, there's not a 50% threshold in ranked choice voting. Actually, there's a 50% threshold for an automatic winner, but there's not a 50% requirement, meaning that because voters are not required to rank every single candidate, they can only rank 1 if they want or 2 if they want. That means that technically you could get someone who wins at the end of the day with less than 50% of the vote. But whether it's 50% or a little less than 50%, what it does show for sure is that you have the person who won with more, who has the very most voter support, that there's no one else on the ballot that has more voter support. And I'll take any questions and leave the other issues for the next bill.
Thank you. Questions? All right, thank you. Nathan Lockwood.
Hi, my name is Nathan Lockwood. I'm executive director of a national nonprofit, nonpartisan organization called Rank the Vote. We work with grassroots volunteer-led organizations in over 25 states, including in New Hampshire, and we're really excited. I'll be brief in my points here. Two key ones. One is that this is a really exciting thing for the New Hampshire legislature to have the ability to move forward with this bill. At present, there are more than 14 state legislators that are considering ranked choice voting legislation. We expect that number to grow as many of the sessions are just starting and not all the legislation is submitted. But it's got extreme its interest in ranked choice voting is growing a lot, especially in the aftermath of the successes in Maine and Alaska. Ranked choice voting was on the ballot across the country in November, and 8 of 10 of those referenda were won, including in many large cities. Ranked choice voting, just another indication of sort of the mainstream interest and acceptance of it. The Virginia Republican Party has become a big fan of ranked choice voting for running their primary elections because they feel it gives them the candidate who has the strongest support within their party and the best chance of mobilizing their voters and winning the general election. That was how Governor Youngkin was nominated, and also the other statewide candidates, Winsome Sears and the others. And so they continued to use it after their first run there. In Virginia, it's kind of a little bit different than most states. The parties have the option of using the public primary system or doing private primaries and conducting them as they see fit. And so they chose to take it private and run ranked choice. So Secretary of State of Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, is looking to save Georgia the cost of these expensive Senate runoffs. Their last 2 Senate runoffs cost between $50 and $75 million each. And it drags out, as other speakers have talked about, drags out the election season. He's presenting 3 options before the legislature to eliminate the runoffs for general elections, and ranked choice voting is one of them. And then elsewhere on the political spectrum, Amy Walther of Cook Political Report recently asked for more ranked choice voting across the country for her Christmas present. So there you go. It's got a lot of support in the mainstream political analysts, public officials, even those responsible for voting, et cetera. Real quick thing I want to say is, New Hampshire moving forward with ranked choice voting today. New Hampshire is a state that has significant similarities with Maine. Maine's kind of a purple state, people with a range of perspectives. New Hampshire as well. I think Alaska has a very independent bent, which has some similarities with those states. So, and I think the positive reception in those states, I think you can be confident you would see here as well. The other great thing about adopting ranked choice voting today is there's more national organizations that are better resourced today than there were even just 2 years ago or 4 years ago. And so you've got an excellent piece of testimony that was submitted from the Ranked Choice Voting Resource Center, which is the leading national organization in terms of supporting jurisdictions that are either want to move forward with ranked choice voting or in fact are moving forward with it. And I think you'll see just from the testimony that was submitted, the level of expertise there. And in addition to that expertise, RCV Resource Center and others are willing to put resources on the ground to help administrators in New Hampshire, both at the state and local level, support candidates who need to learn how to run under the new system, and also support in voter education efforts. In Alaska, when they move forward, in what all accounts was a very successful administrative execution of their first ranked choice voting elections, including the special election, which happened earlier than anyone expected. National organizations devoted significant resources, probably on the order of over $1 million, to ensuring that the Alaskan administrators, candidates, and voters had the information they need for the most successful rollout. So if you like the benefits and you want to move forward, and as the other speakers said, there's a lot to like. Strongly encourage you to know that you'll have the support you need to make it successful. So thanks very much.
Thank you. Olivia Zink.
Good afternoon, members of the committee and the chairman. For the record, my name is Olivia Zink, and I'm the executive director of Open Democracy Action, a nonpartisan nonprofit pro-voter organization with 36,000 members, and I live in Franklin, New Hampshire. I'd like to speak about three reasons why I support this bill. I think it's important for us to realize that almost 13 million voters use ranked choice voting. We know it works. Cambridge, Massachusetts has used proportional ranked choice voting since 1941 for city council and school committee nominations. Ranked choice voting is nonpartisan. It gives voters more choice and a greater voice at the polls. Ranked choice voting also decreases polarization. For example, if I had this ballot, I personally like Moose Tracks ice cream the most. And so I would campaign for Moose Tracks ice cream. But if you liked vanilla ice cream, I wouldn't necessarily bash you if you liked vanilla ice cream, because you could choose vanilla as your first choice, and I could convince you that maybe Moose Tracks would be your second choice. But if you don't like peanut butter cups and you want to pick strawberry ice cream, you would do that. But I think voters see, and we see so much negative campaigning in our current system. This is a way where we could be positive about campaigning and talk about the merits of our first choice and not just bash our opponents, which our current system does. I also want to speak to ranked choice voting in multi-member districts. On page 5, it says multi-representative, but on, page 5, line 11, we talk about multi-member districts, but on page 2, line 18. Many of you went through the redistricting process this year and learned about multi-member districts. And I think that ranked choice voting in a multi-member district where it's been gerrymandered gives voters more voice, because they don't feel like that the people drawing the map are drawing the map for any partisan gain. Multi-member districts is really where ranked choice voting can have a positive impact in those gerrymandered districts. And voters say that gerrymandered districts leads them to not have confidence in our elections. So just wanted to comment on multi-member districts. With that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Deputy Secretary Lovejoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Patricia Lovejoy. I am the Senior Deputy Secretary of State. This bill speaks to both municipalities and to state primaries. Since the municipalities run their own elections and the state does not control those, I will keep my comments just to the state primaries. On a state primary night, we don't necessarily know, we don't know the winners until later that night, and many times it's early in the morning the next day. There are many districts that are made up of multiple towns. I think the largest is 16 towns. So we accumulate all those information. We wouldn't know until that point that there was going to be a ranked choice voting runoff in effect for that election. On election night, people, it was mentioned earlier about the couriers who bring information to us. Those couriers are our state police. They are bringing to us a iPad from each town, which was used for the One for All system, and a one-page return of votes. They, the state police would not have the ability to put all of the ballots from each of the towns that they're transporting that information to us in their cruisers. Once you know which towns or which races are going to have ranked choice voting, those ballots would need to be transported to Concord. I'm assuming that the plans would be that you'd be using a high-speed scanner. We are already doing high-speed scans. It's something that was passed last year for post-election audits. In November, we did 4. It took the better part of a day to do the high-speed scanning for the 4 towns that were selected. I think that if we were to have ranked choice voting, you would probably need to move off the date that someone gets to request a recount. Right now, the election is on Tuesday. You have until 5 p.m. on Friday to request a recount. If we have to go through the ranked choice voting procedure, I think you would probably have to move that off, which it's sort of a domino effect. We'll continue to move other dates off. If there is ranked choice voting in New Hampshire, any recounts are done manually. You're not allowed to use a high-speed scanner. Obviously, you can change those laws, but right now, all recounts are done by hand. So if after you've gone through this ranked choice voting, one of the candidates requests a recount, we would be doing a recount by hand and also doing the ranked choice voting by hand. So these are other issues that you need to think of if you were to go forward with these bills. My biggest concern is the UOCAVA deadline. As you know, we only have 8 weeks between our primary and our general election. If we are doing the ranked choice voting and you potentially have to move off the date that someone can ask for a recount, and then we do those recount by hand and we have to do the ranked choice voting by hand, the date that we are going to be able to declare who is the winner of the primary, who will go on to the general election, we would not have enough time to electronically prepare those ballots so that they can be sent off in the 45-day UOCAVA deadline. There is no UOCAVA deadline related to municipal elections, so this only affects the federal election. You know, and if we are talking in terms of a U.S. Senate or First in the Nation primary, you're talking about all the ballots in the state coming to Concord. I suggested that would probably be a reasonably lengthy process. The Secretary of State wants to go on record that he is against any bills that would make it so that we do not know who the winner is on election night, especially for the First in the Nation presidential primary. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions? Representative, excuse me, Representative Waring.
Yes, thank you for your testimony. If there was a recount request, would there be a breakdown for the ranked choice voting of the different runoffs and what those produced in getting to that majority winner?
I'm sure we would have that information, but we are required to do to count each ballot and do it by hand. So unless you change the laws to allow recounts to use high-speed scanning or something, we would still need to, even though we always know what the results were on election night, but we then have to hand count the ballots.
I'm sorry, maybe follow up.
Follow up.
I'm not sure I made my
Okay.
question clear. I apologize for that. Is in the ranked choice voting process, different candidates are eliminated and then votes are shifted and accordingly. Would those different sequences of counting votes be available as part of the recount process so that there was a kind of transparency as to how different candidates were eliminated and then selected?
I think that we would need to go through that same process of eliminating the lower candidates and then looking at who everyone put as their second choice of those voters for the candidates that were eliminated. I mean, unless the legislature changes that process, everything that the high-speed scanner did, we would be doing manually.
Representative Ankerberg, can you send me up the blue sheet, please? Thank you. Representative Berry?
Thank you. I'm glad you brought up the First in the Nation one because that was the one that was sitting on my head, my brain. So a party adopts this and they use this method. All the ballots, we use paper ballots in New Hampshire, so all the ballots have to go to Concord. It took you a day to do 4 towns. Assumedly, you would try to expand that process. I'm going to assume that. Would we have the results by the time the next state was voting? Because right now we're a week ahead, right, by law. Would we even have our results by the time the next state voted?
I can't tell you that for sure. I mean, obviously, if this were to go through and it were going to be for the First in the Nation primary, we would probably have to arrange to have a lot of high-speed scanners. But we need to keep the votes from every town separate. And we have 320 voting locations in the state. We can't commingle ballots. So there's a an actual process that will take time.
Follow up.
Going back to the First in the Nation primary, the Secretary of State's office changes the ballot order, right? So you all those ballots aren't even the same. So even if you wanted to commingle them, right, you couldn't.
No, it is various ballot as to who's going to be first on the ballot. The order in a primary is different, obviously, than the general election. The general election, which one is first and second and third in the columns, goes by what Senate district you're in. So, but a primary is a little bit different. So the ballot the ballot, at least at the presidential, would basically be the same for each of them. But there will be some that are hand count ballots, which don't have the same timing marks. They're not the same ballot as those that go through the AccuVote machines. So I guess if you were going to go forward with something like this, I think you would have to do it in conjunction with moving the date of the primary.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when we are looking at delays in counting the votes, we have a provisional ballot system that prevents us from knowing the actual total a week after the election. So in terms of counting up all of these additional ranked choice votes, that really would not delay the outcome, would it not?
I mean, you have to go through the physical process of scanning and all of those ballots. So obviously that's going to delay it. You're not going to have your results that night. The provisional ballots, which we'll be doing with the first time next month, is only related to first-time voters who don't have their information. And you would know on election night that a town had 6 provisional ballots. And if there's no race that has a difference of more than 6, you're not going to have it's not going to change your outcome. It may change the actual count, but it's not going to change the outcome.
Representative Muirhead?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking the question. Do you know offhand how many of the 320 voting locations use scanners roughly?
Nobody uses scanners. They use the AccuVote machines.
AccuVote machines, right.
I actually have the number back in my office. Oh, it's almost half that are by hand, but but of those 320, the ones that do it by hand count don't amount to 50% of the votes by any means.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So you might have noticed me crossing names off the blue sheet. That is because some people send in a pink card, speak, and then sign the blue sheet. You cannot be on both. So there were Representative Cherner and Linda Bundy who did speak, so I just took them off of this. Of the remaining, five people signed in favor, 2 against. And that concludes the public hearing on House Bill 345. All right. We will open the public hearing on House Bill 350. Welcome, Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again, honorable members. So I'm just going to roll straight into the next bill, which we affectionately term the big bill, without trying to not repeat things that were previously said on the previous bill. This bill, it's staged implementation. There are 3 stages. The first stage is essentially more or less identical to the bill that you just heard, where it enables municipalities and parties to run it for their municipal elections and party primaries. That is for, it becomes, it is, in effect is the word I was looking for. In effect for the end of this year, for next year's primaries, 2024. For the second stage, it applies to federal races. That would go into effect for 2025 for the 2026 election. And then the final stage is for all state elections, would go into effect 2027 for the 2028 election. As a previous speaker mentioned, the issue of the plurality provision in our Constitution does not at all touch municipal elections. It does not at all touch primaries. It also does not at all touch and could not touch federal races. It only has to do with state races, which is why the state races are the last stage. So we have a good 5 years to pull the plug if there were any problems. I will also mention that we do have severability in this state. So even if this were to pass and at some point it were to be challenged, which I will bring up, but I also have a lawyer and an expert that will speak in more in depth to it, why we think it's completely constitutional. But if it were to be challenged, the first two pieces, the first two stages of implementation would remain intact. The only piece that's touched by that plurality provision is the last piece, again, which is why it is last. Some of the things that didn't really have so much of a bearing on the previous bill that are in this bill is the issue of multi-winner districts. Multi-winner districts are like many of our state rep districts, where instead of one winner, you have multiple winners. Ranked choice voting, when it's done in a multi-member district, produces a wonderful effect of proportionality through something that some people refer to as proportional RCV, also known as single transferable vote. Specifically, there are different flavors of single transferable vote. This bill spells out what is known as the Scottish method, and it's known as the Scottish method because the Scots use it. It is vastly superior, and in fact, in and of itself, proportional RCV done in multi-member districts is by itself a good reason to adopt ranked choice voting, because when you have a multi-member district, let's say you have a district with 7 reps, let's say that district is 60% Orange Party and 40% Purple Party. Very frequently what happens is known as a single party sweep. All 7 of those seats go to the Orange Party, none to the Purple Party, even though 40% of that entire district deserves representation. And you have the ability to give them some of the representation, say 3 of those 7 seats. In proportional RCV, single transferable vote, it produces those proportional results. So you have that 7-member district, 4 would go to the Orange Party, 3 would go to the Purple Party in that example. Just to touch once again on implementation, very similar to the implementation discussion earlier. Since it has been implemented in many places, we know that it's completely doable. We also know that the counting of ranked choice voting results is very, very, very fast. The only thing that adds time is the couriering. And we already courier on election night. We already do that. The furthest place so Maine couriers, Maine is a much larger geographical state than we are. The furthest place in this state is about 3 hours away from Concord. So with handling and whatever, you're talking about a 4 to, I would say probably not more than 6 hour delay from the couriering effect. I would also like to talk about the polarization civility as it pertains specifically to this bill. Before we were talking about it in party primaries, but when we're talking about in regular races, where we're talking about the 2 major parties going head to head, we all know how bad polarization is. In fact, there's lots and lots of data, and I think you actually have some testimony submitted to you already about the increasing polarization of our country, not just in the recent years, but over the last many decades, and how it's not just a blip and not just a natural ebb and flow of democracy, but in fact, it has gotten worse and worse because of the 2-party effect. Let me just be very, very clear. In the Constitution, and I teach American government as a part-time job, for community college, we are not supposed to have a 2-party system. That is not in the Constitution anywhere. In fact, our founding fathers vehemently hated what they called factions, what we call parties. They hated the idea of parties for this very reason. The 2-party system, as we frequently bemoan it, is a result of our first past the post system and winner take all. That is what happens. You get forced, like I said before, there's only 2 candidates that ever matter, the one in the top and the one that's best in a position to oust that person. That is why. And that is also why the 2 parties start to become bitter, and it's all a scare tactic to make you afraid of them. And it doesn't matter if this party is that great because there's no other real options because we're in the best position. One of the previous speakers against the last bill was saying something to the effect of, well, ranked choice voting still helps the 2 parties. No, it has an even playing field. In our current situation, the 2 parties have more funding and so probably would still control and come in top for most of the elections just from that aspect alone. But over time, because it is an even playing field, you're allowing independent candidates, third-party candidates, low-dollar candidates to all compete on an even playing field of ideas only. Not, oh my God, I'm so scared. I really like this candidate, but I'm afraid of voting for them because I'm afraid that the other guy will win, Beelzebub or whatever. You have some testimony who's been submitted to you from Amy Smith, who is a Maine Register of Voters. She also, 30 years ago, was a scholar of international ethnic conflict. And she writes in her testimony that the low plurality winners in first past the post systems in the countries that she was studying exacerbated the distrust, the unrest, and the violence in those countries between the political factions because the winners were not seen as valid. That has to ring a bell for some of you. The winners were not seen as valid. And I don't care if it's the last election cycle or the one before that or the one before that. We are hearing this increasingly, no matter who wins. She then goes on to write, but 30 years ago, mind you, she witnessed that in Bosnia, Estonia, Sri Lanka, and Ireland, they all successfully implemented ranked choice voting and then successfully decreased the unrest because winners were seen as having actual broad support. That is significant. And it's significant for a reason I also talk to my kids, my two students about, because it turns out psychologically, people accept results when they believe the system is fair. When they think it's fair and it's done correctly, they accept when their guy doesn't win. Because, hey, that's just how it goes. It's only when they think it's unfair that you end up with the civil unrest and the bitterness and the hatred that we're experiencing. On to the plurality issue. So our Constitution, like I said, was amended because of that political gaming of the majority requirement and running people to spoil the other party and the legislature determining outcomes. Our plurality provision applies to a number of state offices. However, ranked choice voting is the method for determining plurality. As I said, not all, and it's defined in the bill, not all ranked choice voting winners end up with a plurality. Because if voters do not exhaust all their preferences, then the person who wins may not have 50% of the vote. And indeed, in multi-member districts, none of them have, or many of them will not have 50% of the vote inherently. So we do not have a requirement for majority. You get more frequent majority winners because we're finding the best possible plurality. I will wrap up by briefly talking about the concept of alternative systems that was brought up before. So Arrow's theorem is a election theory that actually the creator, Dr. Arrow, won the Nobel Prize for. In it, he lists 4 fairness principles for any election system. And he proved mathematically that there is no system in existence that can meet all 4. There are systems that do not meet 3. But there's no system that meets all 4. Ranked choice voting meets 3. And it is not just, in many ways, the best of all the alternative systems. It is definitely the only alternative system that has real-world data, real-world use for over 100 years, I might add, in, as I said, a dozen countries or so, 20-something states on the local level, also used for overseas and military ballots in states that do runoff elections. So if you have a runoff election, but you're overseas, those states like Georgia, they send you a ballot that's ranked choice voting in essence, because you don't have time as an overseas voter to engage in a runoff election. So they let you go ahead and say, who would you vote for if it does go to runoff? That's ranked choice voting. That's all it is. So it's been done for 100 years in many, many locations. And I will finally add that in case anybody still thinks that it's a partisan thing or people support it because maybe certain ideologies or it benefits certain ideologies, I will say that not only, as was mentioned, the Virginia GOP instituted it and actually ended up with an upset over the Democratic candidate for governor by their candidate that was selected by ranked choice voting. The Utah GOP has used it for over 20 years. The Libertarian Party has used it for over 20 years internally. Australia, which we've talked about frequently, that's used it over 100 years, famously elects far more conservatives than any other Western democracy, Western-style democracy, with maybe the exception of the United States. It doesn't pick ideologies. Look through the bill. You can't pick anything that's an ideology in that bill. It's all about what it represents. So it doesn't give preferred treatment to conservatives, liberals, independents, or anybody else. It does give preferred treatment to the truth. So if you have a rural country like Australia, it's probably going to come out like a conservative election, right? But if you have a populace that is leaning to the left in an election, that's probably what you're going to get. So with that, I'll happily take questions and let the experts kind of delve into more of the fine details.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Reed, for taking my question. This here. So how feasible is a manual audit in ranked choice voting election? I ask because one voter has written that she is opposed to ranked choice voting because she believes hand-counted audits would be difficult. She says that due to the, quote, threats of hacking and rigging and the lack of confidence in our voting machines, unquote, that there is a critical need for manual auditing. Over this past summer...
Representative, we're asking questions. That's a lot of testimony being read in. So I think Representative Reed probably understood your question. We can go from there.
I mean, I appreciate you stopping the testimony against my bill, Mr. Chair. The testimony she was reading, not the testimony she was giving. But I understand the question.
So that's my question.
Yeah, manual audits.
Yes.
Extremely doable by hand. I've done probably close to 24 ranked choice voting elections, ranging in 100 to close to 400 votes by hand in public for people to see. Then with usually my colleague behind me doing it again to double check the numbers, all usually within about an hour. The method of choice when doing, because again, there's best practices for all of this, because this is all very well trodden paths, 100 years of countries and states and cities and organizations doing this, well trodden. The best practice for doing it by hand is called stack and sort. The stack and sort method is exactly what it sounds like. It's stacking and sorting. You sort them out by the first preference. You take the smallest stack, and then if you don't have a winner, you reallocate the shortest stack. It takes a little extra time than counting by hand in a conventional election. A little, maybe up to about 50%. And the reason it's so little extra is because you're not dealing with all of those ballots. You're dealing with the shortest stacks, the eliminated stacks, which are pretty short and small. So those are the only ballots you touch more than once. And because of that, it only takes a little bit more time than counting a normal race by hand, which is one of the reasons I think that some of the objections or concerns that the Secretary of State's office has expressed are actually not founded and not based in actual real-world experience.
Further questions? Representative Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Reed, thank you for your testimony there. In Australia, policy has talked about that over the long term in using ranked choice voting, it's led to a predominant two-party system with detriments to minority voters and independents. Do you think the bill as written would prevent that sort of thing happening within New Hampshire?
If you're asking if I think that ranked choice voting as a reform on its own is a panacea, a silver bullet for all ills, then the answer is no, of course not. But I think it's a major, major reform that goes a very, very long way towards fixing a lot of problems, including these. So not the parties themselves. It doesn't ban the two parties, and it doesn't take away their money. So they still have a lot of clout and power, but it allows an even playing field, which can at least provide room for other parties and other candidates to grow. So in that aspect, it is very beneficial, helps just release the stranglehold the two parties have on the system. But it doesn't guarantee the wonderful, robust democracy that we would all like to see. It just allows it to happen.
Questions? All right. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
We're looking next is Glenn Myers. Welcome to election law, Mr. Myers.
Okay. Well, it's my second try. Okay. I'm going to focus on, the part of the 350 that focuses on the House of Representatives where we have multi-member districts. Now, if I looked at the 220 election, you will find that of the 99 multi-member districts, 81 of them had representatives from a single party. I think 41 were Democrats and 40 were Republicans. Now, what I want to do is illustrate what happens when you have ranked choice voting with multi-member districts. Now, I'm created, I think, an artificial example, but I think it will, draw home the point as to how this works. I have 3 candidates from what we call the A party and 3 candidates from the B party. And if you flip over to the opposite side of the handout I gave, if you take a look at the round 1A in the upper left-hand corner, you will see the way I set up this election is that the 3 candidates from the A party won. They had the most votes. Okay, and then what happens is when you go into ranked choice voting, okay, they eliminate the party, the least number of votes from the B party. In this case, it's what I call the tiger. And what happens then is the tiger transfer his votes to the other 2 members of the B party. Then if you take a look at the right-hand side of, round 1B there, you will see that now the B party candidates have the most votes, but they are not quite up to the threshold for to get elected. So then what they do is we now eliminate the lowest vote count from the A party. And you can see right away what happens here is that the A party is only going to get at most 2 candidates. Okay? And then, what happens is that the smallest one from the A party basically transfers his votes to the other members of the A party, and that pushes them over the threshold to get elected. And that leaves just simply 1 seat to be filled with 2 B party candidates to be filled. Okay, so what this does then, it shows you how ranked choice voting actually contributes to proportionality. And in general, what we're going to see is that ranked choice voting splits the number of seats by party in proportion to the number of party votes. And now, what I tried right here is to see what would happen if we were to implement ranked choice voting for the House. And I went through the Secretary of State's website, got the vote totals for all of our all the multi-member districts. And what I did is I just basically made the assumption that people would rank only those people in their party. And it's a simulated election, and the real ones would be probably different than the candidates that would win these simulated elections, but the vote count, the seat count is going to be pretty good. And so what happened right here is in the simulated election, there were only 4 districts with party sweeps. And if this were to be implemented, say, tomorrow or for the 2024 election, the House makeup is going to be very different. You're going to have Republicans from Democratic districts, and you're going to have Democrats from Republican districts. And myself, I think that is a very good thing. I think that multi-party representing for districts would better serve the citizens of New Hampshire. Now, rather than use the current districts, okay, like there's one district, I think Hudson Pelham, that has 11 it's 11-member district. All are Republicans because that's the way people vote in these things. I would say that we ought to implement this after we do some redistricting. And I would suggest we follow what's being proposed in the for the national elections. There's votes in Congress that are saying we do this, and that you redistrict and you have anywhere between 3 and 5 member districts. And that would take some time. And also for basically representatives who are planning on running for a long time, that'll give them time to adjust to the new multi-party agenda. So I would say start thinking about this soon so we can implement it by the time we do redistricting again.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? I'm sure everyone's looking forward to redistricting again. I will say, for a statement of fact, I am one of the 18 out of 99 who come from a split member seat. I got first, in case anybody's wondering.
Okay.
All right. Next, any questions from the committee? Okay. Next up is Tiani Coleman.
Hello. When I testified in the last bill, I just said my name and where I was from, Amherst, New Hampshire, but I've neglected to say that I'm also representing New Hampshire Ranked Choice Voting. I do represent them as a volunteer. I do not get paid to do this. I do not get paid from them. We are a completely volunteer organization all across the board. We don't have any paid staff. We have thousands of supporters. So there are a lot of people here who do support ranked choice voting. I am also an attorney. I'm licensed to practice law here in New Hampshire. So I just wanted to let you know about that. Now, as far as this bill goes, as it was pointed out, this bill now, as opposed to the last bill that we talked about, this bill would now, have ranked choice voting between the parties, whereas the last bill would have only been relevant in primaries, and it would only have been relevant in municipal elections, so it wouldn't have been anything to do with the partisanship involved. But this one, is ranked choice voting between the parties. And once again, I would like to point out that it has broad support across many different parties. As has been pointed out, there were a number of states who elected to use ranked choice voting for their presidential primaries in 2020. On the Democratic side, on the Republican side, as was pointed out, it was used in the Republican primary in Virginia and in Utah, which is a very Republican state. They have every single congressional race and every single federal seat, as well as a supermajority in the legislature, and all statewide office holders, governor and attorney general, et cetera. They're all Republicans, so it's a very Republican state. They're not using it yet in their statewide elections, but they do use ranked choice voting, as I already pointed out, in many, many of their cities, and they like it and they use it in their own conventions. So, and the Libertarian Party uses it, and other parties use it as well. So, ranked choice voting, and Alaska adopted it, which is a Republican state. So, ranked choice voting, is a reform that is supported by both major parties as well as minor parties. Some people, I remember last year, some people indicated, one person actually objected to this because they said it would not help third parties. And then other people are worried that it's going to help third parties when it shouldn't help third parties. So let me just explain what it does. What it does is, like we've already said, it gives people an even playing field. What it does is it lets people vote for third parties if they really want to, whereas right now sometimes they don't feel like they can. It does not mean that it's going to suddenly make third parties win elections in New Hampshire. Most likely, they won't win at first for a while. It might take time, but maybe down the road they'll start winning elections because the playing field has been more even. But even though they may not win immediately, what it does do, as I already mentioned, is it lets them have a better voice, because as was asked in one of the previous questions, is whether the data would be, transparent. Yes, ranked choice voting always produces very transparent data. There was someone who testified last year who actually showed, the cast vote record from Maine, where you can see, where the votes went. So each vote for each person, you see where they went to each candidate. And so you're able to see very, very clearly. You start to realize, wait a minute, maybe people are more nuanced than we thought. Maybe people aren't so partisan as we think. Right now, we just assume everyone's partisan because all the elections are very partisan, one versus the other all the time. But when you actually look at a cast vote record, you might see that, maybe the Libertarians don't always go for the Republican, or maybe they do. Maybe the Green Party doesn't always go for the Democrat, or maybe they do. But the point is that it's more nuanced because people often do vote for the person over the party. But you're able to start, that helps candidates actually realize, oh, I need to speak to a broader base of voters. Maybe not all my voters like my party points so much. They actually want to have me address this issue that this guy's addressing because this guy got this many votes and his second place didn't go to me. It went to the other person because I'm not addressing those issues at all. And so it actually helps us have a better system of government where more people are being heard, more people are addressing those issues. I know that some people are concerned with some of the election results that have happened in a few places, such as Maine or Alaska. Now, as far as Alaska goes, we'll just quickly get that one over with. As it's been pointed out, Alaska uses a different system than this bill would implement because they have a combined primary rather than separate party primaries. And so it's different. And the other thing that's different about Alaska is some people might have been upset that Sarah Palin didn't win ultimately. But if it were a regular election, she wouldn't have won either in that election because she was not the first place winner. The first place winner was Petola in Alaska. And so had it used our current system, Petola would have won. And in the ranked choice voting, Petola won. So she would have won in either system. So Sarah Palin's losing wasn't really because of ranked choice voting. Some people have complained about what happened in Maine. So we'll talk about that really quick. This is talking about the election in 2018 between Jared Golden and Bruce Poliquin. In that race, Golden came in second after they counted everyone's first choice votes, and then when they ran, but nobody got a majority. And after they ran the election, it turned out that in the end, Golden did win. In that race, there were two independent candidates who had a lot of support. And, for as far as independent candidates go, I think it was like a total of 14% of the total vote that they got, which is quite a bit usually for an independent candidate. And Poliquin didn't reach out to those independent voters at all, whereas Golden did. Poliquin told his voters not to rank anyone second, all of that. Golden did all of those kinds of things. And so in the end, the third party candidates preferred Golden over Poliquin, but they could have very easily preferred Poliquin over Golden. And in a lot of other races where ranked choice voting takes place, the opposite happens. So the point is that a ranked choice voting election ultimately decides the person who has the most overall voter support. It does not favor one party over the other. It really favors whoever the voters want. And in some elections, the voters are going to want a Republican. In some elections, the voters are going to want a Democrat. Ranked choice voting in and of itself does not favor one party over the other. I gave in my slides some examples because ranked choice voting has three different kinds of examples that happen every day. In many, in fact, the vast majority of examples of a ranked choice voting election, somebody wins after the first round of counting. Because they get 50%, and that means that nobody else can get more than that, even if they run all the rounds. No one's going to pass them up because they already have more than 50%. And so a lot of people will win that very first round of counting, and they won't have to run any more rounds because they win on that first round. There's also the example where someone is ahead in the first round, but they don't get more than 50%, so they keep running the rounds. And in the end, they still win. Even though they ran the other rounds, it's not like the first person suddenly lost. They can still win. So some people might think, ranked choice voting is where the winner ends up losing. No, the winner often ends up winning. In fact, more elections end up that way, where the person who's first still stays ahead and wins. So it's only, some of those elections where there is a clear vote split that shouldn't exist, and where those voters really do prefer the other person, that's where you actually have the person in second or third ending up winning after the ranked choice election takes place. I just want to answer a couple of things that have been brought up really quickly. Someone brought up that Burlington, Vermont stopped using ranked choice voting. Well, they're using it again, so they are using it again. And also, I think Representative Reed already addressed the issue of other methods of voting. But yes, ranked choice voting is the best method. If anyone wants to talk to us about all the different methods, as she said, it's not perfect, but overall, it checks more boxes than the other methods, and overall is the best method of the methods that are out there. As far as it has been mentioned that hand count towns, that if you do a recount, it's going to take so much longer. Once again, if you have to do a hand recount, or if you have to count everything by hand in general, it's always going to take longer than if you use, the AccuVote machines or any other kind of voting machine. So the ranked choice voting part of it is only going to add a little bit more to that. So yes, a hand count takes longer than a machine count. That's a given. Hand count takes longer than machine count. But doing the ranked choice voting of a hand count is just that much longer than a hand count. So it's not, a ranked choice voting hand count isn't that much longer than a machine count. Cambridge, Massachusetts has always been doing their ranked choice votings purely by hand count. Once again, all of the machines on the market right now for voting have RCV compatible files, have the capacity for the RCV compatible files. And we know that, they just released the Voter Confidence Committee saying that we need new machines. I think it's pretty much everyone knows we need new machines here in New Hampshire. So although ranked choice voting can take place without machines, it would be better if we did have the machines. And so we do need to get those new machines, and we do need to have a funds towards having machines. That's something that we need with or without ranked choice voting. We need new voting machines. So that would be faster and more efficient. And as was mentioned earlier, in Maine, once they actually get all the ballots or all of the duplicate drives they are able to run those ranked choice voting really fast, and it's fully transparent. They did it in the open. They did it live on Facebook. Everyone could watch it. They also let people come and watch it. It was very, very quick, and everyone can see exactly what happened. They understand exactly where the votes went, exactly how it happened. It's very easy to understand. So it's not at all confusing. It's not at all something where people are like, I don't know what happened. I don't understand. This person won, and I don't know why. That's not at all what happens. People know exactly and understand it perfectly. So I don't think there's really anything else I need to point out except for this constitutionality issue that has come out, because I am an attorney and I have spent a lot of time with this issue. So as was already mentioned, there's no issue whatsoever with the other bill. On this bill, there's only an issue. When I say issue, I mean it's only a potential issue with regards to the state races. So it's not an issue at all with regards to federal races, with regards to ranked choice voting elections for president, for U.S. Congress, for U.S. Senate. It's not an issue at all for primary or general, and it's no issue at all for primary elections for any races. So only for races, so for general elections for state office, that's the only time where it even is an issue that needs to be discussed. As far as whether it needs to be discussed, you probably don't want to hear an entire legal lecture, but I can go through it point by point. Two things to understand, many things to understand, but one thing is, although our constitutional provision on plurality is very similar to Maine's constitutional provision on plurality, the bill here in New Hampshire is different than the language of their ballot measure that they had that implemented ranked choice voting. So in our bill, nowhere does it say that someone has to give a majority to win. And also in this bill, in HB 350, it says that when the winner is expressed as a percentage, it's expressed as a percentage of total ballots cast. And so that would be, the percentage from the very first round, not just the last percentage, which means that, it's not requiring someone to have a majority in order to win. Someone could win without a majority if you go through all of the rounds and enough people didn't express, their preferences, that, nobody gets a final majority. No, it will almost always result in a majority, and that's a good thing. You want elections actually to result in a majority, but it doesn't have to, and it's not requiring it. And so therefore it would not be unconstitutional because we're not requiring someone to have a majority in order to win. Also, as I pointed out, and if you care to look, there is a law review article that came out in California Law Review just last year, where two professors from NYU do in-depth research where they evaluate every single state's plurality, every single state that has a plurality provision. And they're saying that even states that don't say plurality, if they say most votes, that's also the same thing, because that is what plurality means, is whoever has the most votes. And they evaluated all of those, and they conclude that those provisions in state constitutions are not in conflict would not make ranked choice voting unconstitutional in those states, that it should still be constitutional. So they argue very clearly why they think that the Maine advisory opinion was an incorrect opinion. The Maine advisory opinion, it was only an advisory opinion, so it is not binding on Maine. It was never decided final decision on the merits. It's certainly not binding on New Hampshire, but also, they don't think it was decided correctly anyway. And the main points on that are just that, in a ranked choice voting election, it's not saying someone has to win by plurality. Obviously, someone can win by majority. People win by majority now, and it doesn't conflict, right? It's saying by a plurality of the vote, meaning they're not requiring a majority, right? Well, it's not just the plurality word, it's also the vote, plurality of the vote. And in ranked choice voting, your vote is your entire ballot. When you come, you cast a vote, your vote is all your rankings. All your rankings are your vote. And so your entire vote needs to be counted in order to determine who has the most votes. If you don't count the entire ballot, then you haven't determined who got the most votes. It would be like stopping an election before you've counted all the precincts. And so for that reason, it does not violate the plurality provision. And once again, Representative Reed mentioned the 50% threshold. The 50% threshold is not a threshold that someone has to get in order to win the election. It's the threshold that someone could win outright before running the rest of the ballots, before running the rest of the rounds, just because if someone gets that before you run all the rounds, it's mathematically impossible for anyone else to win. So you already have a winner. But they don't have to get that in order to win. There's no threshold to win. The threshold to win is just run all the ballots unless someone wins sooner. Run all the rounds, run all the rounds unless someone wins sooner. So that's that in a nutshell. If you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Coleman. Next up is Nathan Lockwood from Lunenburg, Mass. With Rank the Vote.
Hi, thanks. Yes, I'm Nathan Lockwood of Rank the Vote from Lunenburg, Mass. Just a couple real quick things. I think a lot of it's been covered here. I want to go back to talk a little bit about issues related to counting the ballots and speed of counting the ballots. In this regard, I want to refer back to that testimony from the Ranked Choice Voting Resource Center, which goes into some depth on the possibilities here. Just to briefly review, there's a few different scenarios which for what the potential speed of counting would be in New Hampshire, depending on whether you update your election equipment or not. But one thing, just to address that, a concern that the Deputy Secretary of State brought up was the ability of the current couriers, the state police, to transport all of the ballots, which, there would obviously have to be, there might have to be some change there if they're just, using their cars or whatever. One possibility, if your machines were upgraded, what they would be transporting is not, they wouldn't have to transport the ballots on election night. They could transport the memory cards, basically. And then you would they would pull the memory cards, duplicate them so they have a backup, send a copy of the memory card with a courier, never connecting to the internet throughout this process. And then when that was received in the state, that memory card would just be uploaded and the electronic tally could occur quite rapidly. The other thing that, regardless of whether you upgrade your machinery in New Hampshire or not, you could get an initial count of the first preferences in the same way that you get your count however you get it right now off your current ballots, meaning the precincts would be reporting the number of first choices that each candidate got, and that would be transmitted in whatever form you're doing now to the central location, and that could be reported as a preliminary result as well. A couple other kind of innovations in terms of counting and transparency. There's a couple jurisdictions that, ranked choice voting in the U.S. has really grown a lot, as folks have described, since about the early 2000s. And there's some great examples of transparency in Maine, for example, and I believe other jurisdictions do this as well. All of the cast vote records from each precinct are made immediately available to the public, basically. So if anyone wants to check the Secretary of State's Maine's math, they can take the same data the Secretary is using and run it on their own. The other example of transparency I'll cite, and I don't know if Maine does this, San Francisco is a jurisdiction that's been using ranked choice voting since 2005. They recently updated their election equipment. One of the features of this highly secure equipment is that it captures an image of each ballot cast. So in addition to the tabulated cast vote record, which gives you a mathematical description of the values on every vote cast, they actually have a photo image of every ballot that is available to the public and can be inspected. And you can actually go download it from the Board of Elections in San Francisco's website. So there's some nice transparency features that are offered by modern technology. The recommendation is, as Tiani mentioned, would be to do machine counting. Cambridge actually did upgrade to machine counting, I think, in the mid-90s. There are jurisdictions that still do hand counting in the U.S., not a lot. I think St. Paul they may have upgraded since. That said, Australia and Ireland, who both have used ranked choice voting for over 100 years, both are still using hand counting. Australia started to automate the ranked choice voting count for their Senate elections, but their House elections still hand counted. And in Ireland, it's all hand counting. So it's very feasible. I mean, Ireland, I think, is over 4 million people. They actually have as many members in their lower house as we have in the state house in Massachusetts. It's about 160. You folks have more electeds actually than either of us in that regard, but it would still work well. Some of the folks that were nervous about ranked choice voting in Maine, someone mentioned Bruce Poliquin, who was actually the plaintiff in the federal cases to block ranked choice voting in Maine after it was run. What was interesting, they had a rematch this election of Bruce Poliquin, the Republican, versus Jared Golden, the Democrat, and also Tiffany Bond, who ran again as an independent. And the news media interviewed Bruce Poliquin and just to, I guess, take his temperature on ranked choice voting again. I guess they weren't sure where he was at after the two federal lawsuits and whatnot. So this time around, he said, you know what? Back in 2018, when we used ranked choice voting for the first time, we didn't really know what it was about. Now we do, and we know it's simple. So it was a nice, as a ranked choice voting advocate, that was a really nice testimonial in terms of someone who had, let's say, a pretty significant amount of skepticism initially, kind of come around on the issue. One other thing, there was a great discussion about ranked choice voting and does it help more than the two parties or not. If you look at the trends in Australia, so initially both Ireland and Australia were considered to be pretty two-party dominant. Voters got more choices. Voters could express themselves, all the benefits folks have talked about. But in terms of ruling, it tended to be one of two parties. That's really started to change in Australia and in Ireland over the last 20 years. The trend is towards more voters being inclined to vote for less, parties that haven't been in ruling for as long. So recently, I think in Ireland, Sinn Féin received a very large vote share. Now, I don't think they formed a government, but in Australia, the percentage received by independent candidates and by the Green Party, both conservative independents and more liberal parties like the Green Party, has been steadily increasing. They're still not the ruling parties, but I guess I would say, I think in general, and it's not just Ireland, Australia, across the world, there's this concept of disaffiliation where, unlike maybe our parents' generation or our parents' parents' generation, that felt like, it was, Bud Light or Miller Lite or regular Miller, one or the other. People are interested in having more choices in today's culture. And what we're seeing is the election system behaves as one would expect and allows for better expression and better representation based on those choices. Although not doing anything by any means drastic. And last thing, or two more things real quick. Folks have been talking about how ranked choice voting combats polarization. And we're having an interesting conversation about the constitutionality and adopting it for state general elections. What was interesting is because, Maine kind of there was sort of a compromise in Maine where because of an advisory opinion from the Maine Supreme Court, the one category of elections Maine did not adopt for was state offices, general elections, but Alaska did. And one interesting thing in the first cycle in Alaska was, for the statewide races, Alaskan voters elected a very moderate Democrat, Peltola. They elected, who's Lisa Murkowski, who's considered a moderate Republican. And for governor, this is all the same election, same voters. They elected someone who's considered to be a conservative Republican governor, Dunleavy. So it was pretty interesting to see the voter expression. And in their Senate, what was interesting in terms of the decreasing polarization, increasing people working together in government to get stuff done, the Alaskan Senate had 11 Republicans and 9 Democrats elected. The majority coalition that formed was 9 Democrats, 8 Republicans with a Republican speaker. So a bipartisan ruling coalition. I don't know, maybe it wouldn't be the best thing for New Hampshire, but imagine if the political temperature was such that that was an option in New Hampshire and people wanted to work together that closely across the aisle. It might be interesting. And the very last thing I will say here is, Olivia raised a great point about multi-member districts with ranked choice voting and the impact on voter confidence, getting rid of gerrymandering. And Glenn also mentioned some of the things around stability of the system. Those are some really great benefits. I mean, you got a really participatory state house in New Hampshire where there's a relatively small number of constituents for each representative, which is a great opportunity. Doing the upgrade and you have those multi-member districts, which, as Glenn described, can produce kind of wild swings in one direction or the other, where it's like you elect in all the Democrats or you elect in all the Republicans, depending on how close the district is. Or you have some districts that are consistently won and some voters just never get their voice heard in the state house. With the ranked choice voting, the reason why it gets rid of the gerrymandering, the possibility of gerrymandering, is because what Glenn describes, that proportional way that it gets tabulated, so that the net result is that consistently a very high percentage of voters see them elect a candidate that they really like. So in a 5-member district, you will consistently see over 83% of voters get a candidate they like. Not just in one district, but across. So 83% of the Republicans, 83% of the Democrats electing someone they like, as opposed to right now, it's probably, at best closer to 50%. So everybody feels confidence. Gerrymandering's all predicated on making sure some voters are less able to elect candidates that represent them. And with this, that goes away. And as Livia said, people have more confidence in the system. And as Glenn said, because you've got the same district electing Democrats and Republicans, first of all, they now share something in common. They're bringing home the bacon for their district. And number two, it's much more stable as opposed to a district that's going to swing one way or the other. So you're going to have a state house where as people's opinion changes over time, it will gradually reflect that opinion. But what won't happen is you'll have massive changes in the majority in the state house based on small changes in, how certain voters feel about the issues. So I'll sum up and say that this is a wonderful opportunity. I think jurisdictions around the country are showing this is a very feasible reform to implement and has benefits that can really benefit the people in New Hampshire and the people who represent them as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Wood, would you grab the blue sheet for this and pass it up, please? And now Deputy Secretary Lovejoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, my name is Patricia Lovejoy. I'm the Senior Deputy Secretary of State. just wanted to bring up a few items. One on the constitutional question we talked about earlier, of the plurality versus a majority of votes that's mentioned in our Constitution 3 times. If we were to look to really go forward with ranked choice voting, I think it would be a good idea to ask the Supreme Court for an advisory opinion, the same as what Maine did on that issue. Some of the concerns that I'd like to bring up, where we do have some towns that have very large districts. When you're looking at Derry, you have, in a general election, you are going to have 20 names on the ballot. So you are going to have 20 names and going out 10. So ranking those 20 names, who's your first choice, second choice, third choice, will present a more complicated ballot. That's just one of the issues to keep in mind. And we have, and Derry is not the only example of that. You have Merrimack has 8, so there would be 16, potential of 16 names. Bedford has 7, so you're at 14 names. So there's several towns that do have that issue. One thing I'd also want to point out is the implementation date in this bill for the third stage is September of 26. That is not 5 years from now. That's about 3.5 years from now. I do not expect that the majority of our towns will have replaced their voting machines. The Ballot Law Commission right now is looking at different machines. We had one type of machine tested out in a couple of towns in the November election. There are 2, possibly 3 different voting tabulators that will be used in the March elections, but we're quite a ways off from the Ballot Law Commission deciding what machines will be available for towns to purchase. Towns will have to go through that process, probably at their town meetings, to decide if they want to change their machines and the cost of the machines. People were talking about real world examples of doing recounts, just to give you an idea of how long it does take if you are doing a recount, and recounts need to be done by hand. In this we did recounts for several weeks this year, much more so than we've done in the past. We did Hillsborough County, the entire Hillsborough County, 145,000 ballots. We were only looking at one race and just looking at whether the Democrat or the Republican got the vote. So no ranked choice voting. It took us the better half of 4 days. We had 8 teams. And if any of you have watched recounts, since recounts are all public, we have teams of 2 people doing the counting. We have cameras and monitors. Like I said, it took the better part of 4 days to recount 145,000 ballots when we were just looking at between 2 people. And let's see, what else did I have on here? If you decide, looking at these 2 bills, that you want to do a subcommittee, the Secretary of State's office would be more than willing to work with you on either or both of these bills. And I think, the other issues that I talked about last time in the previous bill still exist. If you're going to have ranked choice voting for primaries, you really need to consider the time frame between the primary and the general election. And remember that we have a 45-day federal requirement that we have to get our UOCAV votes out 45 days before the general election.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary. Go ahead. Are you willing to take questions? All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Lovejoy. I've been on this committee now, this is my 3rd term. We've been talking about new machines, and we actually saw new machines, and every session we're told they're coming. And now it's 3.5 more years. Is that what I heard you say?
No, I said this bill, the full implementation of having all ranked choice voting in this bill is 3.5 years.
Okay.
It was stated earlier it was about 5 years, but it's 3.5 years when the full ranked choice. And it is the Ballot Law Commission that controls what machines can be used in the state. It is not the Secretary of State's office. The legislation gives that responsibility to the Ballot Law Commission.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Representative Muir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. It sounds like Maine is able to run elections with ranked choice voting successfully. Should that example give this committee confidence that the New Hampshire Secretary of State's office could also run elections according to ranked choice voting successfully?
With different voting machines, our current voting machines do not have the capability that we know of to be able to do this ranked choice voting. I do believe that if we had different machines, and you are talking about that all the results are on a thumb drive, our current courier system, I hate calling our state police couriers, but the current system where our state police bring the tablets and the voting results sheet to the State House, if it's just a thumb drive, yes, but do I believe that we will be at that point that every town will have upgraded there to a new machine by September 1st of 2026? You're all from your individual towns. You have a better idea in your individual town of how fast something would move.
Representative Barry.
Off of Representative Muirhead's question, he's asked, "Is Maine a good example? Would Maine be a good example? Doesn't it take Maine a week to get their election results in? Is that your understanding?"
I am not that familiar with Maine's process and how quickly. I mean, I know that they had time to get the ballots or get the information to the State House. Their primary is also in June.
June, you say?
All right, then. Further questions? All right, thank you. Okay, the blue sheet has 8 in favor, 3 against, and that concludes the public hearing on House Bill 350. So House Bill 402 is on the House calendar as an executive session, having not had a public hearing. You know that's not right. And then on these notices is a public hearing. Because of that confusion and my being a stickler about proper notices, there will be no hearing on House Bill 402 today. So that leaves us in recess let's recess until 3:35. All right, we're going to get going. All good? All right. I'll open the executive session on House Bill 101. Representative Berry is recognized for a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that House Bill 101 be inexpedient to legislate.
Is there? Representative Berry, would you like to speak to your motion?
Briefly, HB 101 removes the ability for unaffiliated voters to cast a ballot in a partisan primary. I don't need to go into the details with the committee about how that's technically not true. But one of the things that's in the RSA is the political parties now have the ability to choose if they want to allow unaffiliated voters or not. So the bill will be effectively removing that choice. There's no point in doing that. If either political party thought this was a good idea, they could already implement it. So why take it away from them?
Further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll. The motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 101. Oh, I'm sorry. Yep. That was done. Representative Bohm seconded the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem.
I didn't hear it.
Bill is HB 101. The bill is HB 101 with a fiscal note. The motion is ITL. I'll now report the roll. Ross Berry, Vice Chair.
I vote yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Bohm. Yes. Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg.
Yes.
Representative Burnham.
Yes.
Representative Kennedy.
Yes.
Representative Wary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Lane, Ranking Member.
Yes.
Representative Ward. Representative Hamer. Representative Hamblett.
Yes.
Representative Murhead.
Yes.
Representative Bay.
Yes.
Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Grill votes yes. And Representative Howard.
Yes.
That is, oh, Chairman Smith.
Yes. At that point, you need me to make it unanimous.
That is 19 yeas, 0 nays, 0 non-voting. The motion passes. Motion is adopted.
Somebody want to move consent?
I'll move that to consent calendar.
Any objection to consent?
Are we not allowed to have consent calendar for a fiscal note?
Well, it's ITL, so there's no money.
Okay. Perfect.
All right.
Thank you.
So this bill will go on consent.
And Mr. Chairman, I'll be doing the committee report.
Thank you. And today, right?
Yes.
I already gave the committee the, you may not go home. I put a boot on your wheel until I get the committee report.
That'd be you in the city of Concord.
Open the executive session on House Bill 116. Representative Ankerberg is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move we retain House Bill 116 FN.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Ankerberg moves. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The sponsor has indicated he'd like an opportunity to work on the language, and I guess we're going to grant him that.
Thank you. Further discussion on the bill? And for the committee's information, what retain means is we probably have to report out on it by November 1st. If the sponsor comes forward with information and does work, we will meet between now and then to consider that. If he doesn't, I don't call a meeting and we just ITL it in November. Any other discussion? All right, the clerk will call the roll.
The bill is HB 116 with a fiscal note. The motion is retained. I'll now read the roll. Vice Chair Barry,
Yay.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Bohm, Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy, Representative Wary, Representative Wood,
Yes.
Ranking Member Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward, Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamblett,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead,
Yes.
Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill votes yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
and Chairman Smith.
Yes.
And once again, that is 19 yeas and 0 nays and 0 non-voting. The motion passes.
Retained bills do not have a committee report, so that isn't necessary and it doesn't go on the calendar for the House to vote on. It's the bill is now still in our possession. So that'll close the executive session on House Bill 116. A couple quick notes before we go. I was asked a really good question earlier today, so I couldn't make it this morning. Representative Berry was here. He opened it. What if he wasn't here? Then Representative Bohm will open it. What happens if Representative Smith, Berry, and Bohm are not here? This means that the world has ended and you don't have to worry about the hearing. But no, seriously, what would happen is Representative Berry or I would have contacted the Speaker's office to make sure that somebody came over here at the appointed time during whatever calamity occurred to cause us to not show up. Procedure on executive sessions. I have no idea why I wrote that down on my notes, so we'll skip it. But anyway, so that's what happens. First bill that we're sending to the calendar is on consent. That makes me happy. Thank you. You're free to go, except for Barry.